does that work? Oh my gosh. YouTube thinks I'm streaming. Yahaha! Welcome. Can everybody... Okay, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. Can everyone see the stream? Oh my gosh. Why do I hear myself? No. YouTube thinks I'm streaming. Make it stop. Okay, desktop audio dead. Where do I hear my voice? I turned off the music on this the desktop audio. And now I don't. Okay. This is wonderful. I have to turn back on the music on the stream so that I can hear if it's still playing. I turned off the music on this the desktop audio. Stop. Make it stop. Okay. This is wonderful. I have to turn back on the music. It's gone. Okay. Now how do I access chat? I see chat on YouTube. I see chat on Twitch. I'm a very famous Twitch streamer. I have done a lot on Twitch. It's actually the majority of my content has been on Twitch. So if you're not following there, you're missing out. Okay, I see both chats. All right. This is Minecraft. In case y'all were unaware, let me fix my FOV because that's horrible. Okay, so I'm very easily distracted right now. Oh, I'm disembodied. Okay. I've been working on Koroks. I've got, I think, 4 puzzles working. If I throw the snowball, you see, boom, we got one of those balloon puzzles. We got the acorn puzzle. There he is. Let's see, we got the little sparkles thing. Hello. And there's that. So there's the 4. Let's see, I wrote down notes so that I wouldn't get lost in the thought process. Okay, so yeah, I've got a bunch of different Korok puzzle types working. We need to choose which one to implement next. Let me pull up a list of all the different Korok puzzle types. There is a bunch of them. Let's see. There are a bunch. There is. Is bunch singular or plural? I don't know. Okay, so this is a list of Korok puzzles. This is not the list I'm looking for. Here we go. We got Flower Chase. This is the one where you walk up to a flower and then it poofs and goes to a different location. You have to follow one flower to the next until you finish. This is Flower Count. What's Flower Count? Oh, where there's like a group of one. There's one flower and then a group of 2 up until a group of 5, and then you're supposed to go touch them in order of increasing number. That's another one. Dash Ring. This is the one where you step on a stump and the particles go to some place. You're supposed to get to that place before the time runs out. So yeah, we got a bunch of them here. We got to choose which one to do next. What do y'all have an opinion of what I should do next? I'm kind of leaning toward something like the Flower Chase or the one with the moving sparkles. I don't know how much I need to... Where is it? I don't know how much I need to explain. I feel like people have played Breath of the Wild, so they know the Chasing Sparkles one. Do the magnesis puzzle? That could be good. That'd be pretty easy, too. I think. Would it be easy? Okay, so the reason that I think that the magnesis puzzles might not be easy is because you can pick up those magnesis blocks with your hands, not just with magnesis. Which means that in order to do that, I would need to implement the system for picking up those blocks with your hands, being able to walk around with them like above your head or something. Now that does seem overkill, but we do need that system anyway for the rock puzzles. The puzzles where you pick up a rock and there's a Korok underneath, or the ones where you pick up the rock and then you throw it into a circle of rocks off a bridge or something. So like we do need that logic to exist. So it wouldn't be a waste to do it right now. Oh, also, by the way, check this out. I updated magnesis again. We got these lasers. And they glow. That took forever to figure out. Oh, and it doesn't always display. Why does it not always just... Okay, I'll figure that out later. But yeah, fun stuff. Okay, checking chat. I have to turn my head 90 degrees to look at chat. This is spectacular. Add the floating targets. Yeah, so if we go back to noon, something I showed off a little bit ago, I do have the floating targets one working. Only the one with the stationary balloons. There's one where like the balloons will move around in circles or teleport places. I have not done that one. That one we could also do. I love these. By the way, how's the balance on my mic and like music and stuff? Is he ignoring Twitch chat? No, I apologize. It's well, not on purpose at least. I have a very unoptimal setup and I'm only seeing like 3 messages from Twitch at a time. Okay, made it bigger. Okay, I have read Twitch chat. I'm seeing a lot of yahahas. You should probably ping Discord. Oh, that's a good idea. Okay. Or ping Discord again. I feel like such a boomer. Announcements. Do I have a ping for streaming? I only have YouTube alerts. I feel like I'll annoy people who only want to watch videos. And then people will want to stop getting notifications. And then I'll become irrelevant and lose all sense of purpose in life. Okay, I do want the music to be noticeable because I watched back the stream from last year or the year before, whenever it was, where I make the remote bombs throwable. I watched that back, and it's so silent except for my voice, and it's so cringe to listen to. I can't stand it. So long as there's a good amount of music in the background for you guys to not just be wrecked by, then I'm happy. Okay, let's make a decision. Okay, what is it? Chasing sparkles. These are the ones that I'm really considering doing right now. I promise I can type. Teleporting balloons. What else was it? We got frozen sparkles. Oh, this one's really easy. We got an ice cube. Once you melt the ice cube, then, you know, the particles can be clicked on. We can also do flower chase. That would be a little bit. No, I was gonna say that would be a little bit of a pain, but that seems pretty doable, honestly. I might open up chat on my phone so I can access it more easily. Music is fine, possibly a little loud. That's fair. I think if I get like 2 total people to complain and be bothered by it, then I'll turn it down a bit. Okay, I have to read chat for opinions. This is so bad. Yeah, I'm opening this on my phone. Goodness gracious. What can I have happen in the meantime? Every time I go to do something, it's like, oh, it's not interesting because I'm not doing something. I have to make something visually stimulating. There's puzzles. Isn't that so cool? Don't you all love that? Man, I love that. This makes me feel so engaged with the stream. Okay, I think magnesis, do chasing sparkles. That's 2 for chasing sparkles. Chasing sparkle into frozen sparkle is the play. That could be good. Is it worth doing a poll if I don't know how to do a poll? Probably not. Put Subway Surfers in the corner. That's a good idea. Okay, that's 2 for magnesis, and so far everyone else for sparkles. Flower chase. Okay. Rock circle puzzle things. That would be good. We do need to do that at some point. Although, that said, I think a fair amount of the rock puzzles would be kind of similar to my last stream, because again, it's about going up, right-clicking on an item, carrying it, and then being able to throw it. We did just do that, and by just, I do mean over a year ago, I think. When was my last stream? Maybe it was exactly a year ago. I don't know. Maybe the rock one's second or third. I think we want to do something different first. Poll. How do you do a poll on YouTube? I haven't read Twitch chat. This is hard. Ludwig was right. There is no more difficult job than streaming. Bro's crazy to try and build all 900 Koroks. You think it's difficult. You think it is. However, check this out. I'm going to kill all of these Koroks right now. They're not going to exist. Where's the command? I typed this command like today. Here we go. There, they're all gone. Yaha, ouch, that hurt. Is there a button? Start a poll, let's go. Okay. What puzzle type should I do first? We got chasing sparkles. We got, what was the next one? I saw flower chase. I saw magnesis. And rock puzzle? I think that's the majority of what I saw people ask for. Start poll. Okay, chasing sparkles in the lead. Oh, it's tied? Okay, it was tied for a second. Wow, this is a volatile poll. Twitch. How do I make a poll on Twitch too? Is that worth trying to figure out? How many viewers do I have on Twitch? I don't know. Okay, what's winning? Magnesis is winning? Yeah. Alright. It's chasing sparkles is almost in last, actually. Why did I spell rock puck puzzle? Did I try and spell rock and puzzle in one word? Why did I do that? Okay. It's looking like we're doing magnesis next. Sounds good. And the thing that I was going to show before, which I completely forgot, someone mentioned that it's going to be horrible to add all the Koroks to the map. And you would be right, but I've been working on a system. Why is this here? Oh. Okay, so this is a carrot on a stick. This is for right-clicking. Just ignore that. So basically, I can right-click to place where the Korok is going to appear when the puzzle's done. I can say it's going to be there. Let's go right there. And then I can place the balloon. You can tell this is a balloon puzzle that I'm placing right now. So I'll place it there, which is where it used to be. So let's actually move it. And then I can say either stop editing, or I can start the next puzzle. This one is an acorn. Let's put that one there. Let's put the acorn there. Next puzzle. This is a sparkle puzzle. Let's put the sparkle there. We'll put it on top of that. What's this called again? A lantern. And then next we got a dive puzzle. So we'll make sure the Korok spawns there. And then that is the center of the ring. I can say end editing. And now, boom. Oh, you can't see it. Here's the acorn here. Phantom Eye mentioned that he's considering making models for the balloon and the acorn and all that stuff. So don't think that what we see here is how it's gonna look forever. What was the last one? Where did I put the sparkles? Oh yeah. So in Breath of the Wild, you have to be really close to the sparkles in order to see them. So I recreated that here too. You can't even right click until you're close. Hooray! Okay, looking at chat. Is that a vanilla sound? Yeah, all the sounds are vanilla. That's an LA that you're hearing. So yeah, I've been working on... Okay, I'm going to end the poll. Yeah, magnesis isn't first. So yeah, I've been working on a system to just kind of teleport you to each Korok location one after another. And then it'll give you the tools to go generate that puzzle. To do that here, to do that for the magnesis puzzle, which we're going to do next, we need to first define all of the data that it's going to need. For example, if we get the data of the nearest Korok entity, tag equals this is the data of the Korok entity nearest me, which happens to be the one for the balloon. I think it's this one. You can see we have the puzzle type. We have the puzzle data, so the data specific to this puzzle, and then we have the generic Korok data that every single Korok needs. That's the entity UUID, the ID for the entity of this Korok, whatever. And then we have the display data, so we can choose different arms models, the location, the body model, and the mask model. So they have different masks and colors and arms and stuff like that. Basically all of that. So what we need to do for the magnesis puzzle is figure out what data we need in this puzzle. What's the data there? Is it just like you mark a block and say, wait until there's an iron block there? Is that it? It broke because there was a sapling. Is that all? Or is it just me? Looking at chat. Oh, I opened this on my phone. I don't have to look 90 degrees to the right. I can't really think of any other data this would need besides watch this specific coordinate and wait for there to be an iron block there. I think that's it. The iron has shapes. Yes, the iron does have shapes, but it's usually like... This is the puzzle, right? This is what you'd see in the world. Why did that... That shouldn't stay when I switch off of it. Oh, I know why it stays when I'm not holding magnesis anymore. Okay, I'll fix that later. So this is what you see in the world. The only thing that we need to do to complete this puzzle is that, right? Now this is ignoring the fact that you can pick up blocks. You can pick up specifically these blocks in Breath of the Wild. This requires you to either mine it with your hand and place it, or use magnesis. Do we really care? I mean, because in Minecraft, you can just go, you could just pick it up like this. Not really missing out on much by letting people do that. And this would avoid the problem in Breath of the Wild, where in Breath of the Wild, they want you to put it in this all the time. The physics just doesn't work. It gets stuck on the outside. In Minecraft, you could just break it and place it, and that wouldn't be a problem. Adventure mode. No, this will not be an adventure mode. I feel like if we put the player in adventure mode for this and made it like a very micromanaged map, we kind of take away what makes Minecraft cool, and then we kind of get into the question: what's the point of doing this whole project if we're not? What's the point of doing this whole project in Minecraft if we're not taking advantage of it being Minecraft? So I feel like we want to make sure it's survival compatible. The iron has shapes. Okay, let's get caught back up. Rotation of block. Will they be in Grazi's map? Yeah, the plan is to generate... I keep forgetting that not everyone's here the entire time. Basically, I've been building assist like an editor to teleport you to Korok location after Korok location and just let you like set up the puzzle in 10 seconds and then move to the next one. The goal is to be able to use that on Grazi's map. Yeah, there's just a potential problem of someone permanently ruining the puzzle by destroying the template. That is very true. What can we do to fix that? We could kind of do custom blocks. Oh, you can't get that here. So the puzzle is actually like that. But we just have like display entities covering the barrier blocks. We could do that. I feel like then we'd want to make sure all of the barrier block entities are... the block display entities are kept track of by each puzzle. So each puzzle knows all of the display entities it should have, which is kind of a pain to figure out. But I guess that would help in the future when you come back to the puzzle and it's still solved. What do we think of using barrier blocks here? You can place iron on barrier blocks, I'm pretty sure, in survival. Let's double check. Hooray! I chose the worst. Okay. I'm kind of thinking... Okay, use barrier blocks that look like netherite. Just to be clear, when kind of disguise these, we're going to use a block display entity to just kind of cloak the barrier block. So that means that each block in the puzzle is going to be, it's going to be an entity, which is kind of a pain. I'm not sure there's a way around it though. Are you guys going to put 900 Koroks on the map? I mean, I'm kind of building toward that. Once this is all done, I don't see why we couldn't. Why is the magnesis puzzle wasn't supposed to be difficult? Yeah, so this is something to consider. Just how many entities we're gonna need for each puzzle, because some of the puzzles are like, as a bunch. 14-ish. Just this is like 14. And remember, it has to be duplicated minus a block. So that's like 27. I'm so good at math. Stasis does not fully work in shrines because there's no moving platforms or anything also. Yeah, there would need to be a lot done with shrines to make them fully functional. You're using barriers as the hitboxes for custom blocks. Yeah, pretty much. I don't know what else to do. Also, it's invisible. The fact that they're invisible means that you can very easily cloak them in another display block. If we were using grass, then we would have Z fighting. So if I go execute, I think that's what it's called. Netherite block, I think. Yeah. If we were using a different block besides a barrier, then we would get this, where they're fighting for which one should be displayed. I feel like this is a seizure warning. Yeah, since a barrier block has no model, there's not going to be that problem. You can get around this by making the block display slightly bigger, but then it like comes out into the surrounding blocks, which is just ugly. So I feel like barrier blocks are the way that's just the way to go. Let's see. Shulkers are also good. They can be off-centered. So if you, let's see, summon creeper. Yeah, so you can just put a shulker on other stuff, other things, and it moves around. Nice little movable hitbox. The problem is with like server desync. Not every person connected to a server can will get the same position for the block, the shulker, and it's hard to explain. Weird stuff happens. It's not great. These are not ideal. They're the only option for a lot of things, but they're not exactly what we want. Let's see. How does the champion ability overlay render? That is a great question. These are all okay. So first off, you can use any PNG as a character in a custom font in Minecraft. They just let you do that. So what I do is I print these to the screen all the time, and depending on how many uses you have left and like the recharge timers and everything, that defines which different icons will display. Now, there's a question of how I anchored it to the top right, because as you can see, when I change this scale, it still anchors to the top right. Wow, chat. Okay. It still anchors to the top right. It grows outward from the top left. I know my lefts and rights, I promise. Yeah, so it grows out from there. The way I did that was coloring each one a very specific color that Minecraft doesn't use anywhere else. And then in the resource pack, you can also modify the vanilla shaders. So I looked for the shader that draws each character on the screen, and then in that, for every character I draw, I look at what the color is. And I say, if it's the color that I chose earlier, the one that's never used elsewhere, if it's that color, then move it over. That's pretty much it. So if I were to, I don't know what the color code is off the top of my head. If I were to find that color, wherever it is, link, I think, UI, set character. Yeah, so if I were to use, this is the one for stamina, but if I print something to chat with that color, it's going to be so busted. I promise I can type when I'm just chilling. Okay, I can't lie. I don't know why that didn't break. I thought that was supposed to break. What on earth? How about this? Why are these working? They're not supposed to. These are not supposed. Oh, you want to know why it's working? It's because I think this is the shadow text. This is the text for the shadow. So if I say, yeah, if you look close, there's a shadow for all of the text in Minecraft. What you're seeing here is that shadow text. This is just what's left behind. Maybe if I, no, it's probably way off screen to the left. Okay, looking at its chat again. Is it possible to make custom mobs with data packs? That is a wonderful question. I'm not sure that I have an answer. Let's give invisibility to every cow. I haven't made it so you can damage them yet. Yeah, so now he's just going to be angry forever. How do I get rid of that again? Entities, monsters, bokoblin, kill all. Goodbye. Yeah, so that works. By the way, I should mention these champion icons. The textures were made by Phantomeye, same person who made the Master Cycle, and who also made these updated Sheikah Slate textures. The bokoblin was a model made by Figflak in my Discord server. I believe he's done some other stuff too, but I'm blanking right now. I know that the paraglider was made by Voxel, and I don't want to brag. I made the stamina wheel myself. I'm really proud of it. It was really hard to make a circle. You modeled. No, I did not model, because whenever I model, a child dies. I don't recommend letting me make models or textures for anything, because not great things happen. I want to show you what happens when I am allowed to model. Let me pull this up. I probably shouldn't be showing this, considering what it could do for the quality of my life. However, Wow. I'm not sponsored. What is happening? Make it stop. Okay. So this is a resource pack I made. How old was I? I was like... how old was I? I was 12. Whoa. I've lived half my life since making that. That's insane. Okay. Yeah, so I made this. This is, as you can tell, the Wither. This is... that. This is a diamond block. It is what it is. This is an old version. I made things look better. Don't laugh at the grass. I definitely didn't just take a pencil tool on Photoshop or whatever and just scribble different shades. I definitely didn't do that. Oh, heaven. There's the dragon. That's fun. What was the previous one about? Oh, I made them all like pedestals. And the one that selects it, I put in a spotlight. What a creative mind. How do I... Okay. There's the bottom of the dragon. There's the chest. I feel like the concept is kind of cool, but I don't think I came up with it myself. Also, it doesn't work in different languages. If the word inventory is shorter or longer in your language, then you will be screwed. Dang shulker. Where? Oh, what happened to the creeper? What? I don't get it. I'm a little concerned, but yeah, Sam nailed it. My models are good placeholders. I do recommend that even as placeholders, you close your eyes. But I'm very lucky to have people with actual talent in my Discord server. We're going to be seeing a lot more from them pretty soon. Let's see. Certainly a resource. It was not a resource pack actually. It was a what's it called? A texture pack. We didn't have resource packs back then. When we made it's crew. That's why. When we made texture packs back then, I figure there's at least one person in chat who doesn't know this. But to do that, we had to actually modify the jar of Minecraft. We had to open up the source files of the game and replace all of the files that we wanted to replace. It was not ideal. And the new system where every texture is it's all its own it's all its own PNG, and you can choose which ones have priority. It's so nice. Good job, Mojang. I think I want to make Koroks killable. I think that'd be pretty cool. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're doing magnesis. Okay, so okay. So the main question is, what's the data needed for a magnesis puzzle? That's the first question. One bit of data we need is the location that waits for an iron block to appear. That's the first thing that we need. The question is, do we also need to store all of the other surrounding blocks so that we can create display entities for them? Or do we just put everyone nearby in adventure mode so they can't break it? How do we handle that? So what did your community do to you to deserve Koroks? They waited too long to subscribe. In each video, people subscribe at 3 seconds and not 1 second in. And that's just not acceptable. Do we want to make these out of 2 blocks to make it look nicer? What, like every cube is 2 by 2? Is that what you mean? Oh, and then we could use a scaled up display entity. We could be like... We could do that. That's just a whole chunk of block. Would that be fun? It would kind of make it distinct, make it stand out, and people would be like, oh, that's a puzzle, instead of just blocks someone placed. It'd be unique to the data pack. Too big? Yeah. So probably just vanilla size, not like... I feel like 1.5 is worse. I feel like this is just worse. In the new updates, I'm not... Okay, so I'm on 1.20, so I don't have this right now. But in the new updates, you can scale up other entities. So we could make this a shulker that's at 1.5 times scale. We could do that. I feel like it does look more like the game ones. What, the 1.5 times one? If we ever add the functionality where you can pick up the blocks, this is going to be crazy. Link holding... What is it? 1.5 metric cube of netherite above his head. That'd be crazy. I don't look at chat enough. Because chat goes by and I don't remember what my question was. $3.375. Is that how it works? I'm gonna look up a puzzle of look up a picture of a magnesis puzzle. Holy crap. These are huge. I didn't realize they were this big. I wonder if this is a metric, like a meter cube. I don't know how Breath of the Wild scales. I'm going to leave that open for a second. Look back at the chat again. Make pushable boulders. I've been thinking about pushable boulders for a while. It's a little difficult because I can either implement a real physics system, which would never run well. Data packs are not fast enough because of the way that we do math. We just don't have an option that works. Sethbling did try. If we check this out. Oh, come on. Okay, so while that goes, Sethbling did try. It works for about 6 blocks at a time. And then it's way too slow. Now, we could do that and it would work for 6 blocks, but we have to remember that we're also running everything else in the data pack, which makes it even less than 6 blocks. Which is not a... Did it pause when I switched tabs? That's crazy. Why? Stop making... I can move this to my other screen. And then I don't have to be a sponsored, non-sponsored stream. Let's go. Okay, yeah, so Sethbling made this. Which is insane. I was watching him make it on Twitter, and I was like, whoa, this would be really cool to use. But, you know, it has the drawbacks that I've been talking about. He did make a modded version for servers, but that's mods, and that's cringe. Let's see. Okay, this guy... Hazuki is sponsored by giving cars to veterans. That's so true. That is something I would do. Basically, if you're wondering, is this something Hazuki would do, just think, is it really charitable and cool and likable? And if it is, then not only would I probably do that, I probably already have done that. Okay, I think we just move forward with them being 1 block each, the scale being 1 block. Steve is a lot bigger than Link is, just in general. Because I think that Link is like, how tall is Link? Like 5'6" or something? And Steve is 6'2". So it's supposed to look bigger in Minecraft. But even still, that looks pretty close. I feel like it's got to be 1 block. Yeah, I'm gonna say that the blocks in Magnesis puzzles should be 1 block. And I'm not really gonna worry about the extra data for each block. I'm only, right now, at least just on stream, I'm only gonna worry about storing the location where we're waiting for the iron block to appear. We can change whether it's iron or netherite or whatever later. But let's just get this working real quick, because we have not done anything. Okay, where did I put this? Block pattern, that's what it is. Let's copy all the code from the balloons, from the balloon puzzle. Do you guys hear my computer getting really noisy right now? Okay, block pattern. Let's just change. Oh, that's the wrong file. Okay. Let's change this. What is the... Okay, so when the puzzle is being loaded in, it's really easy to say what needs to be done for these puzzles, because it's just like spawn a balloon, or spawn an acorn, or spawn this thing. I don't know if the magnesis puzzles really need that. Maybe setting the block to air. Yeah, let's say we'll, let's set the block to air. And what was it, this one? I'm just kind of using this, the balloon files as a template. Did I name it wrong? Oh, I'm not in the right place. I'm still not in the right place. That's crazy. Okay. Set block to air. And then this one we change to that name. Make it custom for this puzzle. I don't know if this is worth trying to explain. The basic idea behind how the puzzles work is every tick we call this function. And then we do that for every Korok root entity, like the invisible marker that marks this is a puzzle here and stores all of its data. So basically for every tick, for all of those, we say, if the puzzle is solved and the Korok has been generated, then we'd only like rotate the Korok to the player, to face the player. That's all that needs to be done. If the puzzle is not solved, then we say, run the function, run the ticking function for this specific puzzle type. Right, so we just need to define what this does for the block pattern. This is going to be pretty easy, I think. I think it's going to be pretty similar to the dive tick function, actually, where we just wait for something to happen at a specific location. We don't need... We're not looking for someone who's falling. We say, at this position, if block is an iron block, then it's solved. Is that it? Is that all that we need to do every tick? I think that is. X coordinate of the, let's say, missing block. Now this, Okay, that's good. To delete this puzzle, we don't need to do anything. So I think we can delete this function. And this, we don't need to do anything. It's kind of like this one, where there's no cleanup needed because there's no extra entities for the puzzle right now. This requires no cleanup, but this function needs to exist so the macros don't fail. I don't know if that's true, actually, but I don't see a reason to stop doing it, so... Okay, pop does not need to exist. There is no popping for this puzzle. Set block to air. This one should be really easy. I think we just, execute at that location. No, we don't even need that. Set block. I'm gonna mute it. Okay, and we don't need to tick as the balloon because this puzzle doesn't have a balloon. Is this done? Did we just make the magnesis puzzle? Was that it? I think chiseled quartz or polished andesite are far better fits for the Korok blocks than iron blocks. You might be right about that. I'm probably not up to date about what you've made so far. Do you have shield parrying? No, I don't have shield parrying yet because in vanilla Minecraft, all of the attacks are like instant. There's no wind-up animation. So the first thing that needs to be finished is the custom monsters, like the bokoblin I showed earlier. Once those are set up, then I can add an actual parry system, because then I'll have something to actually parry. I think this is done, actually. Pretty sure it is. Do these have anything else that I need to worry about? I don't think so. Let's run through it. Every tick, we look at this block to see if it's an iron block. If it is that block, then we mark it as solved. And then the create function sets the block to air. Cool. The delete puzzle function does nothing because there's no cleanup needed. I think this works. Now we just have to create a system to put us in the editor. So if we go over to the editor, I think this is where it is. No, it's not. Here it is. I'm going to comment this out because I only want one task in this list, and that is the one that corresponds. What is this? Block puzzle? That's what I called it? Oh, block pattern. Okay, so the puzzle type is block pattern. Do we care to do anything special for... Where'd it go? We don't need that. Okay, so we need to choose what colors and stuff to use for this. Let's use a red Korok. Is a red... Oh, this is already red. Whatever. The body is... Let's do different... Oh no, we need that color of arms too. So the only thing we can make different is the face. Let's do 266, I think. I'm just choosing a random one that I don't think I'm using in these anywhere. Let me double check. Mask. I don't see 266. Okay. So that might be enough. Puzzle type. Now, let's see. When we start a new task, whatever. Oops. When we start a new task, and it sees, okay, we are doing a block puzzle type of task, it's going to run this. So we need to make sure this method exists, this function exists. It does not right now, so we'll say Oh, was it block puzzle or block pattern? I don't remember. Block pattern. Goodness gracious. Block pattern. Okay, this... Man, streaming is so difficult, guys. You have no idea. Unless you've done it yourself, then you know. You know what we go through. Okay, so this is the function... I'm getting ahead of myself. Alright, so when you start placing this kind of puzzle, we're going to give the player a... What's a good spawn egg to choose for this? Which one looks like a iron block or whatever we're going to choose? Maybe Elder Guardian? It's a little yellow though. Evoker, that's kind of got some good grays in it. We got a Ghast, that might be good too. Polar Bear. I'm kind of thinking maybe Ghast. Feels kind of boring because I was using that as a placeholder earlier, but I do think it is the best one for this. Block, pattern, pause. Alright, so when the player uses this specific Ghast spawn egg, it will not spawn a Ghast, it'll spawn a marker. And that marker will have this tag, and it will be linked to the player who's editing. Let's see, place missing, let's see, mark, missing, block. What's the color? Maybe gray. Right click to mark the missing block. Oh, this one's already gray. Let's go white. Okay. Now, every tick, it's going to run this. We need to look for that marker entity. So we'll replace all of these with the correct tag. Okay, so we'll say if we find a marker entity with the correct tag and who belongs to the correct player, because I made the editor multiplayer compatible just so that multiple people could help if they want to. Basically, give them this specific tag. Give the one entity that they just placed this tag. Now, as that entity, we will read its location. Oh, wrong function. Do we have any other dives in here? We do. Placed dive marker. Should be renamed. Placed. Let's do that. I think I've already been inconsistent with the naming, but whatever. Yeah, so we say as the entity that was just placed by this player, at that entity, we'll read its position data and then we'll put it in the puzzle data. And then let's see, then we kill the entity so it's not just wasting space on the computer. And then we say with the puzzle data, we do this stuff. Oh, which displays the glow. This might be working. Let's try it. I can't stand this scale. Okay, let me fix this in a second. We should get one for the missing block. Nice. Okay, puzzle type, block pattern, good. Mark the missing block. Right click to mark the missing block. Let's say it's right here. And because I removed all of the other tasks from the list, there's only this one. We did not get the spawn egg that says go to the next task. We only have the one that says stop. I didn't mark the position of the Korok, so it's going to appear over there. Yo! I think that works. It does not account for players breaking other blocks, or if someone puts the wrong block, it's not going to work. Shouldn't it have broken this block? Okay, so it's not going to work because it's not an iron block. But when I reset the puzzle, isn't it supposed to delete this block? Yeah, the iron block's still there, so it's every time I reset the puzzle, it respawns. Alright, so why didn't it delete the block when it was started? Block pattern. Create, I think. Puzzle data. Set block, air destroy. So what command's being run? What's wrong with this? It's not being run at all. Did I name it wrong? Did I forget to... Is this being called? Do we see test in chat when I run this? I do. So, why is this not running? Okay, so that is running. It probably just doesn't see this data. At least one of these are missing. One of these is missing. Yeah, one of these is missing. So it fails to execute. Which one's missing and why is it missing? Let's read its data to find out. I had a command earlier that did that, right? Here we go. Is it the right one? No, it's the balloon Korok. I think I have two Koroks. I think I have two Koroks in the same place, which means that sort equals nearest is not working. Distance equals 3. Block pattern. Here we go. This is the correct one. What data does it have in puzzle data? It has X, Y, Z. X, Z, Y. Why, if it has that data, then why is this failing? It isn't failing. So why didn't it break? If I run this in chat, what exactly happens? Oh, does it not let me? Oh, it doesn't want decimal coordinates. Okay, that's pretty easy to remove. Let's see. So when we place this, we want to move it to the 0, 0 of its block. Execute a line XYZ, run TP at S. Yeah. That might do it. Just to be sure. Is there any other easy way to do this? I don't think so. Okay. Now this will not work because this Korok's data is already corrupted. So, say goodbye. Okay, all 5 of those Koroks are dead because of the sins of one. It's like reverse Jesus. If we go function, editor, Korok, start. Now we can actually mark the correct location of this Korok. We'll put it there. And it should appear, yeah, it should appear there. Now when I place this, hooray! When I reset the puzzle, oh, I'm not actually deleting the block. Yo! I don't know if I should make it drop the block or not, so I'm just going to drop the block. I mean, when the game's running, when the map is public, you shouldn't need to reset any puzzles anyway. So, I don't feel really bad about this. This should never happen to you. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay. Look at chat, bro. I'm sorry. What's the question? If I scroll up. Wow, that's a lot of code. That is true. You spelled the Minecraft recipes directory. I did because I don't want those directories to be active in the data pack, but I also don't want to lose the data they have. I'm very good with file management. If anybody knows what's been happening lately with the channel, you know that I am amazing at this. Oh gosh. Okay, reading chat. I'm very behind on chat. I don't know what... Okay, so on Twitch, someone's third message was, look at chat, bro. Which is fair. That is a fair point to make. I should be doing better at that. But that's their third message, and their previous messages didn't ask a question. So I'm not sure what to do about that. Y'all relax, this is a technical build, doesn't have to match, it doesn't have to meet the aesthetic specs till later. That's a good point. Basically, don't question me, or this Korok dies. Going back to chat. Chiseled tough. Do I have that in this version? No, I don't. I wouldn't be opposed to using it though. I think the main concern would be the fact that it wouldn't be usable elsewhere, or else it would be treated as a magnetic. It would be treated as a magnetic block probably, which I don't know if we like that idea. I'm not against it, but it's just one of those decisions that has to be made at some point. Even though I don't think there's a good choice, there's been a lot of those with this project. How many Korok variants have you made? I have not made any Korok variants. I've made some puzzles, but the variants that you see were made by Phantomai. He made all of them. He basically made it so that the body itself is interchangeable, so you can get all of the 5 colors of Koroks, I think there are. The arms are interchangeable, so not only can you choose the color of the arms, you can also choose whether or not they're holding berries in any hands, one hand, or both hands. And then he also made all the different mask types. So yeah, we're using an armor stand here actually. The mask is like the left arm. The arms are the other arm of the armor stand, and then the body is like the head or something like that. If I change the pose, this is gonna be a little cursed. Data. I can't select it from this. Okay. There, I rotated its arms. And his body's there now. That's a gore of my comfort character. Is there a model of the Koroks that are using a flying leaf? Yes, there is a model that does that. The resource pack does not it doesn't support it right now. It will, and it exists. It's just that the JSON files are a little bit, they're not exactly what we need them to be yet. So it just needs to be added to the JSON. Thinking about your process for design with the game constantly updating. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I am on 1.20.4, which is, I think, almost a year old, if not literally more than a year old. So I'm not doing too great at keeping up with it. But once the map is updated, once the map itself is updated, then I'm gonna update the data pack too, and then not long after I will be adding the data pack to it, which is why I need to make sure that this stuff is done so that I have the tools to add the data pack to it properly. The comparison would kind of be like, I can't add the data pack to the map right now because I don't have the tools. It's kind of like if World Edit and Axiom didn't exist. You'd be a lot better off if you figured out how to invent them before you tried to make the Breath of the Wild map. Right now, I'm kind of inventing my tools, so I don't have to add every single Korok and everything else manually. I don't know if did everyone see when I went through the editor system? So base playing on a laptop, so true. So true. How do you see that? Oh, hey. What do you know? Can custom audio be imported for the Koroks voice clips? Yes. However, I don't want to use Nintendo's direct assets. That's a bad idea. Secondly, let me mute the music for a second. If you check this out. I'm trying to use a lay audio. So you can't hear it. It's kind of similar. And I could say like yahaha in chat. I could do something like that. I also need to figure out what the reward is for doing Korok puzzles. Because you can't expand the player's inventory in Minecraft. I could try and make a system where you can put your items in this part of your inventory, and then there are buttons to like access different parts of your inventory. I could try to do that. That would be a big pain though. I don't know if it's possible, or I guess I don't know if it's realistic or feasible or practical. Like a version could be done. I don't know if it's a good idea. But without that, I don't know what the point of doing Korok puzzles is. What's the reward? Just to brag to your friends, this is how many Korok seeds I have. I don't know. Turning on music again because I feel like this is very quiet and strange. How do I want to see chat again. Bring it back. You could have gold nuggets named Korok seed. Well, someone, I think Phantom Eye already made a model for them. Let me check. Oops, that's not gonna show results. Don't I have? I think I moved the image file in here, but I didn't ever put it on an item. Let's just do gunpowder for the heck of it, because I'm already doing that for everything else, apparently. I have that in just plain old Korok seed. Give it number 18. Reload the resource pack. And then my microphone's in the way of the screen and my keyboard. Okay. If we go 18. That didn't work. Why didn't that work? What did I do wrong? Oh, I don't have a model file for it. That'll do it. Models. Item, I guess. Let's copy the spirit orb one because the idea is similar. It's just a flat texture. I don't know what the point of some of these things I just changed. I don't know the point of some of the values I just changed, but I changed them to be consistent, and it didn't work. Surprise, surprise. Why didn't it work? Oh, because it's item, probably. I don't know if that's the case. Where is the spirit orb texture? It's right next to it, so it should be found. Let's see where this is referenced and make sure we're referencing it the same way. It is item / spirit orb. I don't think I did that. Yeah, okay. Hooray! Korok seed added. Oh. There. So you can get that. I can make it whatever other item besides gunpowder, but I'm not sure what the benefit of it is. So there's a question for kind of long term. Aferon and Wonder Dimensions, thanks for being here. Have fun with whatever you gotta do. Is it possible for Korok puzzles to increase your inventory size like in Breath of the Wild? The real question there is it possible in Minecraft to increase your inventory size at all? The answer is kind of no. I mentioned before I could make a system for that, but I don't know if it's really practical. So I'm not sure if that's what we want to do. What was the next puzzle type on the poll? Where's the poll? The poll is gone. It doesn't exist. Does anyone remember? Was it Flower Chase that was second? I don't think it was. I don't think it was Chasing Sparkles. I think it was Flower Chase. Maybe you can redeem them for bundles. Maybe. I don't know if bundles are good enough to make that worth it, or if they're rare enough. You can make them with leather. New poll. Flower Chase was the next option. Do we have a new poll anyway, or do we just go with it? You know what? There. Do I do a new poll? Be sure to answer. Yes? Holy. Is this just not updating? Or is it really like everyone wants a new poll? I think everyone just wants a new poll. Oh yeah. Okay, so got a question. Aren't the spirit orbs now throwable if I put them on ender pearls? The answer is yes. I only added them to the resource pack to film the next video. Those are not official. Let's see. I think the texture for them is official because the texture looks great. If I go look, I have no idea where it is. Poisonous potato 53. Oh, it's a poisonous potato. It's not even ender pearl. Not even an ender pearl. I just used the model for ender pearls. Okay. Next time, please do a poll before doing the poll. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Well, I don't. I think this is a really important question. Can you increase the size of a bundle for the Korok seed? You can't. I don't think you can increase the size of a bundle. However, you can change items in the new updates to stack more. I wonder if we could use that. How's this puzzle doing? Is it okay to move on? Okay, 70% say it's okay to move on. Scrumptious spirit orbs. Yes. Let me show what those look like too. What's the model? 56 for poisonous potato. This resource pack is going to get so overhauled in the new update. I can't wait. Check it. Isn't that a great texture? Hold on. Let me check on Discord. I don't remember the name of the person who did this. I don't think. Okay, let me get this real quick. Mace Foodle Doodle. Yeah, okay, I recognize Mace. Yeah, Mace Foodle Doodle. I don't think they have. Do they have like a YouTube or something I can shout out? They do. Do they want shoutouts? I'm always afraid of doing stuff on stream because you can't undo stuff on stream. But yeah, Mace Foodle Doodle on Discord made the spirit orbs. I should open up chat again. Every time I open chat, Minecraft goes away. What zoom mod do you have on? I think I have camera utils for it. And then this I have free cam. I like this mod for detaching the camera more than camera utils because you can really easily swap between moving yourself or the camera. Very helpful for especially editing, like videos. Let's see. Texture looking fine. True. I'm a fan. It is a great texture. Bundles have a fixed size. Yes. The items inside don't. But yeah. How about increasing stuff like armor toughness? That could be something. That could be a good reward. In the meantime, let me start the actual next puzzle poll. Start the poll. Let's see. Okay, what was the other one? Flower chase. Anybody have any other puzzle types that y'all want to be able to choose between? I can open up the list of puzzles real quick. That's the wrong window. I'm good at this. Okay. We have the dive ring already done. Dash ring I have not done. The one where you step on a stump and then you have to make it to the finish in time. That could be fun. Flower chase. Flower count. What else? Lonely rock. The rock ones will need us to implement the rock mechanics. Like the rock physics and stuff. Rock pattern. Have not done that one. That one's going to be pretty similar to the magnesis puzzle, to be honest. Oh, wait, no, it's not, because we need to implement the rocks first. Block pattern. Just did that one. Pinwheel balloon. Oh, the pinwheel puzzles would be pretty fun. They would be like the lonely balloon and lonely acorn, except that they can move and fly and teleport and stuff. Those are pretty fun. Okay, reading chat again. Rock puzzles. People are saying rock puzzles, picking up rocks, multiple balloons. Bow target puzzle. Bow target puzzle. I do have a form of that one. Oh wait, I deleted it. It doesn't exist. So much for that. Okay. Which one's this? The balloon puzzle? Okay, now all those puzzles, they all exist again. Problem with an acorn, the acorn puzzle, is it always puts it in the bottom center of the block. I need to figure out how to let you modify that more precisely in the editor. Because, oh, bump my mic. Because in Breath of the Wild, they'll be like embedded in logs. They might be embedded in like the side of a tree. They might just be hanging somewhere, so they should like connect to the top of the block instead. I gotta figure all that out. Oh, I never even started the poll. Let's see. Rock puzzle. Add option. Apple basket pinwheel. This is getting to be too many options. Alright, see you, Sam. Farewell, number 1 hunter. Target ones. Okay, target, please. I'm gonna add the pinwheel one as one option. If you want, I feel like I'm kind of skewing the vote a little bit here, but if you want either of the pinwheel puzzles, then vote for pinwheel. Sparkle Chase in the lead. Can you make it a movable armor stand? What do you want to do with the Korok? What's your goal? Should I don't know if I should allow this. I don't know what you're going to do with it. I might make it killable though. I mentioned before. You should make the one where you pick up the Korok to bring him to his friend. Dear heaven. Possibly. That might be fun. But that one's kind of reliant on the physics system. You're not supposed to pick it up. You're supposed to strap a rocket to it or something. And then you're supposed to smack the Korok itself. It is a pretty sick puzzle. But I feel like it requires more than I have. I should have added the dash ring to the pole. Oh well. Sparkle Chase looks like it's winning. Rock puzzle because we get ROCKS. I almost said like X or something. I don't know how to spell. Even when it's literally written. Rocks. I'm gonna give the poll a little more time, but it's looking pretty settled. Oh, it's tied. Never mind. Never mind. Should we go head to head? Flower Chase and Sparkle Chase. What else are you planning on adding to the data pack? Okay, so I'm not going to consider the data pack. I'm not going to begin to consider the data pack finished until. That's going to take forever. Until you spawn in the Shrine of Resurrection, you can walk out. You get the Sheikah Slate, you can walk out, and then you can at least. I don't know how much the old man stuff I'm going to do because I haven't really given an NPC quest system much thought yet. I feel like there's a lot of ways to do it. A lot of ways to do it, and a lot of ways to do it wrong. So I've been focusing on other stuff. So I don't know if I'm going to do the old man stuff. I do want to do... if you can't get all 4 of the Sheikah Slates, the runes, and then get the paraglider and go off the plateau's not done. If I think if you can't do some puzzles in the Divine Beast, I don't know how to make the puzzles work for, I don't know how to make the puzzles work for the Divine Beasts, because, again, a lot of puzzles in Breath of the Wild are very physics-based. I don't have a physics system. So we might need to come up with new puzzles that are kind of based on Minecraft. I'm not sure what those would be, but I think the Divine Beasts aren't done either until there are some puzzles that use the existing mechanics, and then you can fight the Blight at the end. Fight the boss at the end, and then after you've beaten the bosses, or you don't have to. I think you should also be able to go to the castle and fight Ganon. If you can't do those three main things, the Great Plateau, the Divine Beasts, and then Ganon, I'm not really considering it close to done until that all works. So that's been my plan. Data pack development has been slow for a while now because I've been working on video editing. Yay, I love video editing, so much fun. So I haven't had time to work on the data pack. The Korok system that you see here, I've done in like the past 3 days, which it's not a ton. What I've shown you with the Koroks is not a ton, but it is. But relative to what the Koroks are gonna need, it is a good chunk, and to have that done in only like 3 days is maybe 4 days. I don't know. That's pretty good. I'm pretty happy with that. I have hope that the rest of the data pack development will go very, very smoothly with no problems ever. Let's see. Gotta read chat again. What about the apple tree one? The apple tree one is so everyone knows about this, I'm sure. But sometimes in Breath of the Wild, you'll see 3 apple trees lined up next to each other. They will all have the exact same apple placements throughout all 3 trees, except for one tree, I think, that has... Oh, no. Okay, so the three trees have 1 apple in the same location. Except for one of the trees, which has a ton of apples. You're supposed to remove all of the apples except for the one that is consistent with the other 2. My favorite way of doing this was to just stasis the apple and then cut down the tree. That worked. The reason that kind of puzzle would be difficult to implement is because it kind of requires me to add apples to trees across the entire map. I think. It would feel kind of weird if the only trees with visible apples was just Korok puzzles, you know? I feel like if I'm going to do that, it needs to be all the trees. But that is a huge task, which probably won't even work. I would have to run code for every apple in every tree. And that would be really slow, I think. Maybe we could just put them in item what's it called? An item frame? But that's still in it. Those are still entities. And they still require me to explicitly ignore them in the data pack. So that's... I don't know. The apple tree puzzles, they do have some problems. Okay, looking at chat again. Flower Chase at 30%. Wow. Okay, that's looking like it's next. Let's see if I scroll up a bit because I am behind. I need to be able to cry doing the time to run to the other stump puzzles in Minecraft as much as I do on the Switch. Oh. I wonder if, I should probably allow Ender Pearls, right? It kind of... You can do whatever... You can wind bomb in Breath of the Wild. I might implement wind bombing here too. That's not... we'll see. But like... Do Ender Pearls take the fun out of it? How would I even stop it? Just kill all Ender Pearls nearby? I think I'm supposed to allow Ender Pearls. Let's see. You should make the one where you can pick up the Korok to bring it. Oh yeah, that one already. What about this single Korok in the game that's just picking up a stick? I still remember the exact day in 2019 when I found that one. That was insane. There are, okay, so in this list of puzzle types, there's a miscellaneous category. I think that is one of them. Let's see. I'm skimming, I think I missed it. Where is it? Is it? Am I skimming it and missing it every time? Burn the leaves on the horse's chin. On the stable, I guess. Oh yeah. Complete the pattern. Is this too small for y'all to read? Should I zoom in a bit? I don't see that one on this list. That's weird. I do remember that puzzle. That's one of the most prominent ones in my mind. That will not be missed. It's such a weird puzzle too. They just put a tree branch under Bridge Hylia. You're supposed to pick it up. That's weird. Okay. Looks like we're doing Flower Chase next. End pull. Alright, so this one is a bit more complicated, but also a bit more straightforward. Because we don't have all the weird questions, I think, that we did have that we had with this. With the Flower Chase, the data that we need. Where's the thing I said in chat earlier? What's the data needed? We need the location of each of the 5. No, it's not just 5. We need a list of all the positions for each flower. It needs to be in order. So let's see, when the puzzle is loaded, we read the first one, and then we wait for the player to get to it. And only when they get to it do we remove it from the list. And then, you know, wait for and then load the next flower and wait for them to get to that one. So, okay, let's get started. That's the second one. Did I really I skimmed it every single time? I skimmed it every single time. Oh, this is... I hope you're all really glad that you're witnessing the creative mind behind the brilliance of this data pack. I hope you all appreciate this. What a treat this is for you. Okay. It's probably gonna... We can probably use the balloon as the template again. Why not? What's it gonna be? Flower Chase. That's what won the poll, right? I'm not... Yeah, Flower Chase won. Okay, so when we create the Flower Chase puzzle, what do we need to do? I'm kind of thinking... Let's see. Alright, so I'm kind of thinking that not only does it need a list of all the flower positions, it needs a copy of that list. That way, we can remove the first flower from it over and over, and then once it's empty, then you know that it's finished. Or, I'm kind of thinking olden times logic. Nowadays, we have macros. So I could store the number which flower the player is on, and then just index that one, and then once they get to it, increase the number, and then that's probably the way to do it. Wouldn't need to worry about any copies of the list or anything like that. That would be good. Yeah, let's not have a copy. Let's okay. And each flower is just its position. I guess we also need its rotation, don't we? Because in Breath of the Wild, some of them are like on the undersides of bridges and ledges and stuff. So they need to be able to poke out from the side. Yeah. That seems about right. Am I missing anything? Anyone in chat think that... Can the new minecart physics be used in any way for like stasis or something? I don't know if that's something that we need the new minecart physics for. Because the new minecart physics is mainly for survival mode. And I feel like anything that is now possible... I feel like the limits were only expanded for survival mode, you know? I don't know if anything new exists for creative mode in regards to the minecarts. I might be wrong. I mean, of course, we did get the WASD detection system, the actual one, which was only implemented because they broke it when doing the minecart changes. But yeah, I think that's about it. Okay, so for the flower chase, let's write down exactly what entity data is needed. Where do I do that again? This works. Okay, this needs to be like tick as current flower. That's the idea. And this is flower UUID. It's going to reference the display entity that marks the flower. And then as the current flower, oopsie, as the current flower, we will say execute. Is this also at the flower? It is. So this is running at the flower. If entity at P distance is like, it's like 1 block. You have to be on the flower, don't you? Run. Okay, what should it be called when you get to a flower? What's the word for that? I hate naming stuff. Naming stuff is so hard. Does anyone know what are we talking about? What are you talking about with a random tree branch puzzle? For the rock puzzles, couldn't you use the same method as your bombs, but make them spawn in the overworld and be able to push them away? Push them that way. Yes, that would be the idea. I don't know if I would copy paste all of the exact code as the bombs, but I would do some similar stuff. I would put it directly above the player's head. I would make it so that the interaction entity reaches below, so that what was I saying? I just completely lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, I'd make it so that the interaction entity reaches below, so that you could actually right click on it from any angle, even though it's always above your head. And then yeah, that's pretty much it. If you start sprinting, maybe it drops because you can't sprint in Breath of the Wild with it on your head. In Breath of the Wild, if you start sprinting while it's on your head, you actually do drop it, so that would be consistent. That's exactly what I did for this, too. So a lot of the logic would be the same. I don't know if I'd directly copy it, though. BLSS. I actually, like, specifically looked into how to do BLSS, trying to think about how I would implement it in the data pack. I can't say that I have an answer yet, but I also won't say that I have stopped trying. Or that I will stop trying forever. I did take a break. I think it's the one right... Oh, we're still talking about... Oh, Checkpoint. That's a good name. Sure. Okay. This should resolve now. Cool. Let's wait for the flower entity. It won't be a slime. It'll just be a display entity. Now wait for the nearest player to reach the flower entity. What is this? This is bad because it reads the NPC every tick. Nope, this one does not. And then this is actually called flower chase. Tick as current flower. Okay, that means that the data for this is going to need, it's going to need like the ID of the current flower, so we can easily execute this function as that flower. And then the positions, I guess, which is going to need X, Y, Z. We're going to need the rotation, the orientation of the flowers as well. Horizontal rotation, vertical rotation. I think if we have all of that, then we can... I think that's everything, right? Am I missing anything? Oh, we're also going to need... We're gonna need to store which checkpoint the player is on. And then we can use that value to access different elements of this list, and that should work. Oops. Okay. Take his current flower. Cool. What did I name this? Let's just say flower UUID. That's shorter. Maybe this should be, instead of current checkpoint, maybe it should be like flower index. It's probably good. Tick as current flower. Okay, that works. Spawn balloon. Okay, this needs to be spawn flower. I'm using an item display instead of a block display because this lets me use custom model data, which means I can add other models to the resource pack and use them without overriding other stuff. If I was using a block display entity, then I would not be able to add new stuff without overriding old stuff. Okay, so these are only relevant if it's a slime. This is not. This is a Korok flower. That is also a flower, a new flower. This should not be able to be selected by magnesis, by stasis. Oh, but it's an item display entity, so those are opt-in instead of opt-out. We don't need to give it potion effects. The item display should not be a passenger, it should be itself. And then we remove blue and purple. Which ones are blue and purple? Okay. Or pink. Oops. There. Now, which flower should we... Probably a tulip, right? Kind of feeling a tulip. Because then we could choose orange for the puzzle and then white for the last one. Because if we look at the puzzle, I believe that the last flower is always a different color. That's Tears of the Kingdom. This probably has... Bridge Hylia probably has one of these, right? Let's let that play on my other screen. Let's see. Okay, so we got one of these sparkle puzzles. How close do the particles appear, actually? Oh, kind of far. But you can't... Okay, the particles appear pretty far, but you can't right-click it until you're close. Let's change that real quick. Sparkles. Tick as sparkle. Glow for everyone in like 5 blocks. And then we make it we make it right-clickable if you're within 2. Now this should be spawn flower. Okay, what we're we doing here? We're looking for a flower chase puzzle. There is one on this bridge, right? Oh, it's so nice to see ones that I've already finished. I think this one's just a rock. Yeah. Oh, there's the stick. Check it, everybody. Go get it. How long are you going to sit here? It's such a weird puzzle. Another sparkle at the top of the tree. I don't remember. I forgot that there was one with big metal cubes. That's good to know. Here we go. Alright, so we got a yellow flower. You climb around. And it's white. There we go. Yeah, so do we have a yellow tulip? No, we don't. But orange is pretty close. I think we'll go with orange. Maybe we make it bigger too. Maybe we scale it up. I think that's the play. Yeah, let's scale it up so it's like twice the height maybe. And we'll make it glow in the dark. We could probably also just replace it with a dedicated model later. Ascend might be sort of tricky, but not too much. I think Ascend is actually the easiest one to implement, because you just kind of teleport upward. Spawn flower. Okay, what are we doing again? Okay, so when you call this, we want to create a flower. The flower will be an orange tulip. Just to make sure that is the exact ID. Yeah. Now the translation, it should appear exactly at the entity root. So we'll say 0. We'll make it twice the height. We'll just try that. Now we also need to use the correct rotation. Horizontal rotation and vertical rotation. There. Now as the new flower, instead of balloon. Okay, this is supposed to get the ID of this flower. I wonder if it's worth spawning a new flower every time. We could just teleport it around. Huh. Although, isn't there a delay after every checkpoint? It doesn't spawn the next flower instantly. Yeah, there is a little bit of a delay. Not really an important one. You messed up the translation Y position. What did I set it to? Oh, you're right. Wow, that's wild. That would have been very confusing later. Thank you. Okay, so this creates the flower. This saves its data to storage. Right now, let's just make a new flower every time. I don't know if that makes things simpler or not, but I'm just going to go forward with it. Delete puzzle. Let's worry about that in a minute. Okay, so spawn flower. And this... Okay, checkpoint should not finish it. Oh, something else we need is... So if there's 5 flowers, then we'll just say that. And then we can say every time they get to a flower, is the current index now equal to the amount of flowers? And if it is, then it's solved. Okay. Let's create an init function just for testing, just to make it easier, so that I can run this function without setting up the editor to create the flower data. Let's see. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see. All right. So when you reach a checkpoint, what kind of particles should we show? This looks like the same particles that as the sparkle particles. So to be consistent, I should use the glow squid particles. That is the wrong editor. All right. So this one we don't need. Do we want that? No. Let's do a little explosion particle though. This one. Did the playlist end? Give it back. Okay. Now we want glow particles. Let's just steal a different commands. I think I'm getting a little ahead of myself. We'll just say, let's do that. All right. So every tick, we need to update this. This will not have access to this flower's location. It will, however, know it's going to know the index, and it's going to know how many checkpoints have been reached. What do I name that? Whatever. Number representing which flower checkpoint the puzzle is on. I'm gonna make it so that if multiple people are around and they just happen to be on all of the flower spots, I'm gonna let everyone kind of tag team the puzzle. I'm gonna make the puzzle multiplayer compatible, because I feel like it would be too much of a pain to keep track of which step each player is on for every puzzle. I feel like that's a little ridiculous. So it's multiplayer compatible, hooray! This is Flower Chase. I keep on accidentally closing, like switching off of chat. Happy Thanksgiving, Wal Martin. Thank you. How are you supposed to implement recall anyway? Yeah, recall. I don't know how you would do recall. You would have to have your whole physics system that also keeps track of the position and orientation and speed of every object always, which is just kind of ridiculous. So many names to rename. Okay. Tick as current flower. Now every flower says if there's a player within range, then go to the next one. Checkpoint. This one will delete this flower. We want it to delete the flower, which should just be kill at S, I think. It's a little overkill to have a whole function for it, but just for the sake of the design, flower chase. Delete flower. Okay. You know what? Every tick, let's store the flower index and flower count in scoreboards. Scoreboard. Players set. Flower count. And we'll set it to flower count. And then this one will be, oh, I got the order wrong. It might be faster to read the data from storage directly into the scoreboard. But I don't know. It has to do a bit of extra work, and this has already been read from storage. So this might be the fastest way to put a data from storage into a scoreboard, but I don't know. This will work. We'll just move on. Oh, I should move that above though. Okay, tick is current flower. Now you know what index we are on. Let's see. Okay, so we'll check the scoreboard score. We'll say execute if score if the current score matches the amount of flowers. Did I do this wrong? Oh, equals. Then, oops. Then we'll say it's solved. We'll also, whenever the player hits a flower, we'll also increment the flower index. Add 1. Oh, players. I promise. I don't forget these arguments when I'm typing by myself. I also have to. It's being a streamer is hard. One of the hardest things you can do. Okay. So we want this to spawn a new flower. All right, so if we've reached the last flower, then mark it as solved. If we haven't reached the last flower, so unless they're equal, we say function spot was wrong. Oh, flower. Chase. Which means I think this one has the wrong name. Cool. Let's see. My mind's kind of everywhere because I just watched the season 2 finale of Arcane, which I guess is just the finale, and I am heartbroken. You'd make snapshots of the talking about recall. You would make snapshots of the the object's data every couple ticks. Yeah. Yeah, that's how you do it. Okay, so whenever we spawn a flower, we should... Oh, wait a second. Whenever we spawn a flower, we should pass in the data of this, like, we should pass in all this data every time. So since we're trying to spawn a flower, we need to pass that data in here too. The problem is that that data lives on the root entity of each puzzle. I believe this function is being run by... It's being run not by the root entity, it's being run by the flower entity, which doesn't have that data. So we need to... I think we just need to set a marker and say checkpoint hit. And then we have the root entity call that function instead. Where do I have solved? Don't tell me I do that here. Where do I check if... Oh, here it is. Did I take it out of this function? No. Okay. Solved. 1. Okay, where am I? Oh, I'm so stupid. Matches 1. This is where we check. Okay. So this is not the place to do it because this is not specific to this puzzle anymore. This logic needs to be handled in the puzzle. So we'll just do it here. Let's see, what was this? Execute if score matches 1. Now let's make sure it's not set to 1 by default. By default it should be 0. Okay, we set it to 0. If they get to the checkpoint, that'll happen inside this line. And then once that line's finished, we get to this line. And we say, if it's 1, then it must have been set to 1 inside this puzzle. So we can say... with entity at s puzzle data, which will spawn the flower. Oh, wait a second. We need it to spawn. Okay, we need to access the data for this specific flower. Oh, which is easy. We can just go. It's puzzle data dot, what's it called again? Positions. And then we access the flower index. So the first one will be will be index 0, which is good. All right. And then make sure it reads as a macro. I think that's correct. We pass in the data for one of the positions into spawn flower. Spawn flower reads it and creates the flower. Does it do it as the correct entity? I believe it does. Yeah. Are you adding every Korok? I won't promise, but that is what I'm building toward, and it is coming along pretty dang well. When you look at chat again, don't you need to add code to make sure that it spawns the white flower as the final one? I do. That is a great point. So, inside here, where we decide we need to spawn a new flower, let's see. What is the best way to do this? We could just change... We could just change the data if it matches. Let's do that. I think, right? Is that that's what we want to do? Should be. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Okay, so inside of here, when we hit the checkpoint and we check if they're matching, let's copy that. We don't want to know if they're matching exactly. We want to check if it's one below. Okay. Let's say, actually, let's not worry about this yet. Let's do this last. Let's make sure that the basic system is working before we mess with it more. Okay. Yeah, so spawn flower. That should work. That sets the flower UUID. And this will take as the current flower. If the player is within range, then we add one to the flower index. We kill this flower. We don't need to reference this flower again, right? Good. Yeah, so we kill this flower, and then we add one to the index. And then we say, if this was the last one, then it's solved. If it's not the last one, then say checkpoint hit. And then this guy says, if checkpoint hit, then spawn a new flower at the new location. It spawns the flower with the correct rotation and position. That looks good to me. And then we say, store your UUID so we can reference it easily later. In this right here. And then we remove the mark of it being new, so that the whatever other puzzles that are active at the time can also be referenced cleanly. I think that works. What am I missing? I feel like I'm forgetting something besides the last flower being white. Can the game read if the player score is one below scoreboard and then use that to spawn it? Kind of. Yeah, I would just I would subtract one. Okay, so I would take the total number. I would copy it to a different name, and then I'd remove one from it, and then I'd check if that's equal. That's how I do it. Let's see. Hestu when? I think some people in my Discord made a Hestu model. I haven't. If they did, it was months ago. How many Korok seeds will be used just to add inventory slots? I don't know if I'm gonna be able. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to add inventory slots in the first place. I'm not sure if that's possible. I read a chat message, but I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm afraid. Is it cannoli? It's spelled canolis. I didn't know that cannoli was spelled with an S at the end. I feel like that's French, and I feel like the French don't know what they're doing. But yay, canolis. Let's go. That font's really cool, actually. I keep forgetting that I changed the font. I changed it for a video, so that when I show footage of the editor, it's just a little interesting, I guess. So it's not, it wouldn't just be the basic font, but I never changed it back, and it's kind of grown on me. I do Koroks like grubs in Hollow Knight. Just give the player loot for each Korok they get. That's not a bad idea. Maybe the Korok forest isn't populated at all until you start finding Koroks, and then it populates it. And if you get enough of them, then you can pull the Master Sword. I don't know. Flower Blight Ganon. Let me check something. I'm going to... Let's see, I'm going to turn off this display for a second. I don't think I have... I don't think I have any, like, spoilers in my... In my Minecraft server list, but just in case. Okay, where are we? Central Hyrule. Where's Flower Blight? Like over here? This looks so good. Grozzy did a great job. Isn't Flower Blight like over here? I feel like it's not this far north. Flower Blight has to be around here somewhere, right? There we go. I wonder if I should show what happens if you step into the flowers. Maybe I should just let you download the map and find out yourself. Devious little man or woman, I guess. Anyway. Are you going to do the Guardians? That is a great question. A while ago, I tried some like prototypes. They were a bit overcomplicated, and we don't need all of that logic to be running. If I can find it real quick. Yeah, so I posted a bunch in my Discord server in the Sneak Peeks channel. One of them, how do I can probably, can I pull up? Yeah. Okay, I'm not sure if it's bad to pull up Discord on stream, but I don't think I have anything like that can't be public here. I think it's all good. Yeah, why not? Okay, so the legs you can see disconnect a little bit. That's the problem that is very fixable. I just haven't touched the Guardian code in a long time. Let's see, what else? If this Guardian had a favorite Hollow Knight boss, it would be Gorb. Ooh, check that out. Look at that. Look at the legs. Isn't that fun? They probably won't do that in the official release because it's not necessary and it's it's not the most complex thing in the world, but if you're having like dozens of Guardians loaded at a time, then that's really probably not the way you want to do it. Inverse kinematics, yeah, I figured out inverse kinematics without doing any math or NBT, or even like an at E call. Like, I don't even have one of those. Ooh, goodness gracious. Since when do I have that many entities? Execute if entity at E. Oh, I have 324 entities. That's not bad. Okay, what are we doing with the puzzle again? We're checking if everything works. Yeah. Okay, so the next step is to create... We want to create one of these and see if it works. Which means that we need to get a bunch of different... We need to get a bunch of different positions and rotations. Let's not worry about the rotations first. What are you looking at me for? Let's see. We're not Sparkle. Okay, so in create, is this it? No. Where do I create? This is even right? Where am I doing? What function is it? This one. Okay, so we call this function with all of the data that it's supposed to have. And then we need to remove this tag from it and manually add the puzzle data to it, because here it's empty. Okay, I created this little template. Thank goodness. Oops. End. Okay, in Minecraft, I say puzzle type is flower chase, so it calls the correct code. We don't really care about the model. I'll just use that. And then the location of the Korok will be my current location, just because I know where that is. Okay, that has created a new Korok. Now we need to give it some puzzle data. Data merge entity at tag equals Korok.root. Limit equals 1, sort equals nearest. Okay, this needs to be entity. No. What exactly was the data? Didn't I say it in chat? Did I say it in chat so long ago? I did say it in chat, didn't I? Didn't I type what it should be? I know I logged out, but it's supposed to save what you've typed. Whatever. Okay. The puzzle data should be, if we look here, this one. It should have the flower UUID, which is empty. Shouldn't this be valid? Oh, no, it doesn't have a name. Okay, this is, what is this called? Positions or something? Am I reading this correctly? I forget if I'm... Oh, it is positions. Okay. All right. The other data it should have is flower UUID, which is an empty string because it hasn't spawned a flower. There is no flower to link it to. Flower index is 0. Flower count is, let's say 5 flowers. Let's do 3 flowers. I don't want to figure out the positions for all those. Okay, we'll make that one be the last one. And we'll say, like, I don't know, 5 blocks apart. So that's 1. That's 56. Oh, I did that in the wrong order. 61. 56. Okay, am I missing any other data? I feel like that's about it. Let's try that. Now, we'll say... Okay, do I have something for creating the first flower? That's not the right one. Spawn flower. Okay. Execute as run function entities Korok puzzle flower chase spawn flower with I'm not exactly sure what with actually, so let's read the data of the entity to see what it should be. Didn't I give it? Oh, that's a problem. That is solved. it now has a copy of all of the data that it shouldn't have, but that does not matter. Okay, with entity at s data dot puzzle data dot positions 0, I think. Uh-oh. Something was supposed to happen. Oh, I didn't give it to rotation data. Did anyone mention that? Did anybody like call it? Nobody called it. Okay, good. I'm not stupid. Alright, so this needs to also have the rotation data. Horizontal rotation is 0. I just realized this won't work either, but that's okay. I mean, it'll work well enough. That's not ideal. Oh, it's... Okay, first off, it's in the ground because it's tall, but it's not being shifted upward to compensate. If I reload... I mean, that's accurate. Oh. Okay. Kill every flower. All right. Oh, and that means that it is correctly... Okay. So it is... Why is it being weird? All right, so what we have here is the flower is being created correctly. It is being iterated over every tick correctly. That's how it's detecting that I'm here. And I think how it's also... I think it's deleting the flower and spawning a new one every time, which means that is working. The problem is that it's not spawning the correct flower afterward, which I think I know why. We are incrementing the flower index, but we're never putting that back in storage. So the next tick, it completely forgets what the index is, which makes sense. We can just make sure that it is told what it should be. Flower index plus 1. We know that when we spawn a flower... Okay. Execute store result entity at s data dot... What is it? Data dot puzzle data dot flower index. Int. We don't need decimals. Scale of 1. Run. Scoreboard players get that. Okay. That might just work now. Hey, why did it only do 2? It's a good start. I don't know why it only did 2 though. In the reset function. How does this work again? Spawn puzzle. Oh, right. Okay. So, this needs to... Oh, this calls create. Ah, right. Okay. So this needs to set the flower count to... Or the flower index to 1, to 0. Which means, we come over here, we say data modify entity at s, set value 0, and then we say spawn flower. There's some other stuff that needs to go with it, so we'll do that. think this is fine, because it's always only going to want to... We only ever want... When we call the create function, we only ever want to spawn the first flower. So this is probably fine to do. That's probably fine. We want to do it as at s, which should just be implicit, so we can remove that. Hey, Haziki, you have a backup, right? The word backup. Yeah. Yes, I have this on GitHub. I guess I've made a lot of changes since last push. Most of them have just been deleting all of this, but I have copies everywhere. The data pack won't be lost. My progress with the Korok puzzles could be lost, but I'll make a commit and push that tonight. Okay, so when you create the puzzle, we also need to delete the flower, right? Whatever flower is there. Delete puzzle. Oh, so we need to call it delete puzzle. That's what that's for, right? Flower UUID. Delete flower. Is the data pack gonna have sounds for everything? I like when it has sounds. I want to make sure more of it has sounds. Some of it does not have sounds. I would like to change that. Sometimes the correct sounds don't always exist or are easy to find. And it's also kind of a pain to figure out how to format the commands, because it's got a ton of arguments that are kind of, they all take special care and tweaking. It's kind of a pain, and there are a lot of features. I'm not against adding sounds, but it's not my priority. I'll do it as I go. The flower chase, I'm gonna add sounds for in a second. Brain is fried. It's only Monday. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they reset at the start of the day. To be honest, we're all just kind of cooked. Hi, I'm back. Did you do? Like, what did you do? I did coding. I typed letters, and sometimes numbers, sometimes, occasionally a punctuation. Delete flower. This should be correct. So if we call this, say function slash delete flower, or delete puzzle, which does the setup so that it can call delete flower. Now we need to is this the one? Where is it? Why am I blanking on this? Okay, how are the other puzzles doing it? It just spawns the balloon. This one, okay, that's not going to help. The dive doesn't need to do anything. Sparkle, what do? You spawn the sparkle. So this one shouldn't be in charge of removing the old puzzle either. We set the flower index to 0, and we spawn the first flower. That seems right to me. And then, okay, so when we call reset by hitting the target block with a snowball, we will delete whatever Korok has appeared. We will spawn this. We'll spawn the puzzle, which calls create. Inside of create, that might work. Okay, so if I where's the puzzle again? There it is. Uh-oh. I think there should be a flower here. That didn't run at all. Do I have the wrong name? When I hit that, shouldn't this be... What's happening? Reset safe, which calls reset. Oh, is it not marked as solved? That's probably why. Okay. Boom. Boom. Kind of. Kind of works. There should be 3 of them, though. Where's the 3rd? When we start, what index does it think it's on? It thinks it's on 0. That's good. We do the first one. It thinks it's on 2. That would explain the problem. I don't know why the problem happens or caused it in the first place, but why does it skip 2? Does it go to 4? It goes to 3. Why does it skip 1 at the start? What are your thoughts on the semicolon, whatever you want to call it? I think it's pretty cool. I think that using it is a great way to look really what's the word? What is the word? Obnoxious and arrogant and annoying. And so I use it all the time. I feel like the trick to when to use it is really simple, and people are overly confused about it. I think knowing how to use it makes you look even worse than looking stupid for using it wrong. But that's not stopping me. I think it's pretty cool. Are you adding the counter before spawning it in? Maybe. But, well, no, because if we do that and we don't touch it once, then when we check the number, it is 0, which I think is correct. Yeah, it should be 0. Let's mark each location. It should be every 5 blocks, right? So there should be 1 there, and 1 there, and then the Korok should appear at like this one. No, I think I set the Korok to appear where the last flower is. Yeah, 166 on the X. Which means it should appear on this one. The problem is that it's not spawning that last one. I think, right? That is the problem? Which one isn't getting spawned, I wonder? If we teleport to each location, that's going to be TP Ziki 156, 0, 143. Good. The next one is 161. Cool. The next one is... yeah, 166. Let's see how many times it thinks I've hit a checkpoint. Maybe it's checking the wrong location. And so it does see me, even though I'm too far from where the flower should appear, and it happens so fast that you don't ever see the flower. Alright, reset. Oh, that went twice. So I was right. Okay. So this is triggering twice. Why is that? What if the Korok and the final flower aren't in the same spot? You know what? That's a good point. If the first one triggers twice, why does the second... So if the first one triggers twice, you'd think that number 2 gets skipped. But it doesn't. It still appears here. And then the one that doesn't appear is number 3. What on earth? Why? It's like they're checking the location of the one before it and appearing in the spot before. Oh. When it's looking up the position of each flower, after the first one, whenever it looks up the position of the next flower, it's not checking the next flower, it's checking the current flower. Probably because we're not updating the flower index early enough. We're probably trying to spawn the next flower before we should. Oh, there it is. Is that it? Is that all we have to do? I think so. No. Because this is still the wrong one. Because this doesn't get updated. The score can get updated and this entity's data can be updated. But the macro value does not get updated yet. So, we don't know if this is the correct number yet. We have to wait to spawn the flower. Which means we have to have another function, another tick function. That's kind of annoying. Quick question. Do you play Minecraft? You specifically asked me that question, so I trip over my words. That's horrible. I can't believe you would do that. Do I play Minecraft? No, I play Terraria. Do you remember me from your Making Bombs Throwable stream? I think so. It was a while ago, but I feel like the name is familiar. It kind of sucks because I edited the VOD. I think I had like to remove the music. I edited the VOD for the bomb throwing stream to remove the music that was copyright striked. I didn't realize that would remove chat. Just delete chat from the replay. And since I don't have it on screen because I have not figured out how to do that, and I didn't even try, that means that the chat's completely gone. And if I ever want to rewatch parts of it, I'm just talking to myself the whole time. I don't even know what questions I'm answering or anything. It's kind of sad. So I'm going to be careful about that in the future. I guess not this stream because I didn't add chat to the screen, but it is what it is. I think he just codes but doesn't play it. Honestly, that's kind of the case at this point. I've done it all in survival. Killed a dragon, looted ancient cities and stuff like that. Killed withers, set up farms. I've done it all. But most of my time is not spent actually playing Minecraft. If you check the stream, I think most of the time has been in the editor here. I think that's the case for most of my Minecraft time too. Like non-streaming time. Which is kind of sad, but it is what it is. I find this probably even more fun because like you play Minecraft for a while and you can enjoy the progression system, especially at the start. You kind of get addicted to it. And you gotta upgrade your stuff one piece at a time. Eventually, you've done it all, and that world's just kind of done. Sometimes you can start a new world and then restart the progression, and that's kind of fun. But then that gets finished too, and eventually it gets really easy to do that progression every single time. It kind of loses its fun. They add new stuff to the game, which does help a lot, but you just kind of you get a little numb to it. There's not much challenge at a certain point. I'm not creative enough to make the building cool. I just don't have the creativity. That's why I'm not making my own game here. I'm doing this. But when I'm doing this, I feel like there's interesting challenges at every step. which makes it fun throughout the project. I don't really get bored of this because it's always something different. Speaking of something different, this can't stay this way. I need a... What happened to this function? Oh, here it is. Oh, it's split because tick has current flower. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Let's see. So this needs to just be the updated flower index. That's so dumb that I need to call a different macro function just to run this. I guess I can say don't call it unless that value is hit. Run function, flower chase, tick with entity at S. Puzzle data. What? What's wrong? Oh, there's no macro. Now that the puzzle data is updated, right here, the flower index will be correct. And this is my only way to increment this and still use it to get this data. I guess maybe having a copy of the list and deleting the first item from it over and over until the list is empty. That might have been better, actually. Oh well. Because then we wouldn't have to worry about macros changing values. This should be the updated number. That doesn't really matter, but... eh. Okay, checkpoint hit. I feel like that's going to work. It's still going to print stuff to chat, but whatever. Boom. Boom. Hey, let's go. That's a good start. The only time I coded is when I was like 6 on a Minecraft coding class. I wish I had any classes that could run Minecraft. They didn't. Those computers didn't even have integrated graphics back in like 2013. I was Zeke like a retired soldier talking about the glory of the old days. Back in my day. Let's see, am I missing any other chat messages? I also don't think your other stream is shown on your channel. What, my YouTube channel doesn't have my stream? I feel like my channel has my stream, right? I have viewers. It'd be really weird if I didn't have a stream there. Okay. This is working. Something that is missing, I feel. Okay, those particles suck. Let's do that real quick. They need to be higher. I feel like they should all start from the same place. They shouldn't be randomized. Count 1? Wait, what? There's one particle? Okay. We'll make that... Let's make that like 30. We'll see how this looks. Oh, way too slow. And now, we can see how these particles look. I think that's pretty good. It could probably benefit from not exactly starting from the same point. You know what? Let's do this here. Okay, so when you set the speed higher, does it make a difference? They don't care about the speed value. That sucks. Okay. Oh, they do. To an extent, I guess. Alright. So they randomize their movement horizontally pretty well. But they don't move up and down nearly as much. If I, yeah, like they'll go out like crazy, but they don't really go up and down at all. So that might be a bit much. Still a bit much. That might be good. All right, let's see how this looks. It's still a little bit cramped. Let's go for 2. I don't know. What do you guys think? I don't know if I'm feeling that. Oh, the bomb coding stream. Yeah, that I don't even know if that's public still. I don't think I wanted it getting recommended to people when I hadn't uploaded it in a while. Let's see. So something I'm noticing, first off, I want your guys' thoughts on the particles. I don't feel like they're very good. Maybe they do need some spatial randomization. That's better, I think. Maybe a little lower, though. Maybe a little higher. I did this way too far away from this command block. That's not bad, I guess. Look at a reference. That's a good idea. It's really the appearance thing that has the biggest poof. Oh, that was kind of big. They really do just kind of appear all over. They don't burst from a single spot. So I don't feel nearly as bad now about having a kind of bigger range. Let's try that. I feel like that's not bad. Particles should be brighter if possible. I don't really have control over that, unfortunately. The upside is that these specific particles do glow in the dark. Other particles don't. Not a lot of other particles don't. Some do. If you have other particle ideas that are in vanilla Minecraft, I'd love to hear it. Okay, something I'm noticing is the instant. Oh, wait a second. Ooh, let's see how this looks. Do we think they should glow? What do we think about it glowing? Maybe even a little more volume for the particles. Try and double the amount. Yeah, let's spread it out a little more. Ooh, I'm kind of a fan of that. I think the Illusioner does have like summon particles somewhere, right? Or is it it's a summon sound, isn't it? Not particles. Ah, man. There are a lot of really good particles. I think we're limited by the when it comes to the amount of glowing particles that are kind of green. That's my main criteria. Can't you just get the petals to glow with maybe 2 models? Yeah, I could do custom models, like custom particles. However, that means that every single particle needs to be its own entity, and I need to run ticking functions on all of those entities to make sure their physics works. And I guess I could just do a single interpolation for all of them, but I still have to manage them all and constantly wait for them to be old enough to delete. I feel like it's almost never the plan to make custom particles with display entities. I know it is possible, and I know it can work, but it has so many drawbacks. I don't know if that's what we want to do here. Okay, so something I keep noticing is there's no delay whenever you whenever you get to one. There's no delay before the next one appears, which is not the case with like this. If you notice, it's like boom, boom. Is that a full second? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay, it's about a second. There's about a full second delay before the next one spawns. That is a 20 tick delay, which I think we could do. I think we could do that pretty quick, actually. However, it means adding a new scoreboard value, which might not be the worst thing in the world. We could probably reuse it for the pinwheel puzzles too. We can name it like, let's see, where is it? Korok timer. We could say puzzle animation. Yeah, that's the name. So this one's that one's in charge of making sure there's a delay when you finish the puzzle before the Korok appears. Right? So this one will be used by the different puzzle types to manage their animations and their logic. Which means that when a checkpoint is hit, we should set the score to be 20 for one tick, for 1 second, and then every tick we decrease it, and when it hits 0, then we can spawn the next flower. That's pretty easy. Scoreboard players set nice NS 20. Now we'd say where's the thing that spawns it? Oh, here it is. Execute if score at S matches. If it's 1 or more, then remove 1 from it. And then if the checkpoint was hit, and let's see, and the score matches 0, then run that. Is that all it takes? There's no way that's all it takes. It's way too easy. Let's see. Bruh. I guess that's not all it takes. Scoreboard objectives set display sidebar. Oh, it's not removing 1. Oh, it's wait. If score at S. Oh, did it set the wrong? Okay, set the wrong value. Execute if... Okay, if it was hit, Okay, so the problem I believe is that this function is not being run by the root entity, which means that the wrong entity is getting the timer set, which means it's not reading the correct entity when trying to decide if the timer is finished and all that stuff. So we'll cut this out. We'll say if the checkpoint was hit, so this one is being run by the correct entity. We'll say if the checkpoint was hit, then run, then we'll set the puzzle animation to 20. And then if the puzzle animation is more than 1, remove 1 from it. Let's just always remove 1 from it. Actually, nah. Okay, so the problem with this is it's going to remove over and over until it's 0. This thing is only checking if it's 0. So so if we leave it as it is right now, it's going to count from 20 to 0, and then it's just going to spawn flowers every tick. So we want to let it go below 0, so it's only 0 for 1 tick, so that on the 1 tick where it is 0, it does spawn the flower. And that should work. I hope. Uh-oh. We gotta give it the tag. To allow a proper reset. Come on. Oh my gosh. I used to play paintball on Hypixel. I should be better at this. Yo! And it needs particles when it spawns. Hey! That is a great start. Okay, delete flower. No, checkpoint is what does it. Spawn flower should also do it. And it should do it at this location. What was this? It was 0.5 above. This is 0.4 above. So maybe we do need to move this back. We say execute positioned. That was good. I don't know about y'all, but I'm feeling pretty good about that. I was thinking you should make a live streams playlist on your channel that contains your past live streams so that they're still findable when they're unlisted. That's probably a good idea. Can't you just get the petals to glow with maybe 2 models? The particles? The glowing isn't the hard part, unless we're using vanilla particles. Vanilla particles only give me a few options for particles that glow. If we're talking about creating custom particles, that means using a bunch of display entities and setting them to display custom textures that glow. That would work. Like it could technically be done. We need to keep this number low though. This one that says how fast the data pack's running. And I believe a custom particle system would not be the best for that. That's the main concern. Let's see what else. How do you download this? This is not available for download yet. Once the server is updated, once the Breath of the Wild map is updated, I'm going to update the data pack to 1.21.3 or 4 as well. And then I'm going to clean out some of the code that is mainly for the map, which might include the Koroks, we'll see. And then once it's all cleaned up, then I'll probably make another release and then really dive into adding the data pack to the map. How many Koroks are there in TOTK? There's 100 seeds, but 900, 1,000 seeds, but 900 puzzles. Oh, the flower. The question... Okay, so your question is... Will we have a custom model for the flower? I think probably. I don't see why not. I see reasons why we should. Especially the fact... Come on. Especially the fact this is that is 2D. Yeah, that's not great. It's also stretched, which is also not great. So fixing both of those would be pretty cool. Okay, next up, we need to make sure that the last flower is white instead of orange. Let's see. We probably want to do that inside of spawn flower. So the question is, what data does this function have access to that would make this easy? I think this has access to both the scores, right? So we say, I think the easiest way to do this would be to say, if this is the last flower, is it the last flower at this point? I think it should know at this point. Oh no, the logic was if it was that -1. So set it to that. And then we want to remove 1 from it. And now if the flower index is equal to the flower count -1, then we go to the new flower that was just spawned right here. Say data merge entity no, that one. Item ID white tulip. I feel like that should do it. Let's find out. Come on. Yo! Oh, that's nice. I love when stuff works. It's so great to see. I feel like this puzzle's done, right? Let's remove the chat messages. Gone. Hello? There we go. I turned off the chat messages and then I was surprised when it didn't appear in chat. Boom. 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 Nice. Let's go. Okay. How are the Koroks going? I think 6 different puzzle types are done now. Is that 6, really? Dive, block pattern, puzzle, acorn. Wait, I wasn't counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 are done. That's crazy. That said, the magnesis one, the block puzzle one, probably still needs some extra consideration because of the weird ways that Minecraft Let's Players interact with the world. Also, we need to build the editor for what is it called? For the flower chase puzzle. Do we want to do that here? Or should I do that later? Should we just do this? Do you want to see the process for building the editor for this real quick? Or do you want to just move to the next puzzle? Welcome back. How do I pronounce your name? Osiki Plays? Nice. Let's see. Boom. 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 That's so much fun. I'm enjoying this. Hey man, love the project. Can't wait to see it completed. Yeah. Okay, so the thing... I appreciate that. Thank you. Something that's interesting. I don't know if this project can be completed. Because completion... Where do you stop, you know? At what point is it done? That is a wonderful question. I will never be able to finish it. I will never be able to recreate all of Breath of the Wild in Minecraft with the data pack myself. I don't think I could do that with a real language myself. But I think I can definitely get it in a playable state. I think that's the main goal. Let's see, next puzzle's low key. Yeah, let's do a poll. What's it called? Implement the next puzzle type. Get a bow? Okay. Move on so you can get a bit more done in the stream. It's probably a good idea. Okay, pulls up. You're currently my whole college degree in programming. I was mine too. That's crazy. That's crazy. Condolences for the programming degree. I don't envy those still doing it. It's not ideal. Okay, how's the poll doing? Implement the next puzzle type. Fair enough. I'd have to give some thought into the editor before I was even sure that it's interesting to watch. That said, this begs the question, what is the next type of puzzle? Type in chat what your options are, what your suggestions are. I'm going to say Sparkle Chase. Oops. That's the question. Sparkle Chase. Rocks. Pinwheel. There was another one that I was sad that I forgot. Oh, the time trial. That could be good. Okay, unless I see... Alright, it seems to be the list that people are talking about. Block magnesis should be already done. I think that's the first one we did today. Dang, we're gonna get at least 3 done today. That's crazy. Viz, that is a good point. The rock one would do a lot for the rest of the data pack as a whole. All right, polls up. Let me know what you want to see next. Time trials in first. Rocks are in second. Sparkle Chase is a lot less popular than last time. And Pinwheel, I feel like that was similarly low, which is surprising to me because I feel like some of the most interesting puzzles are the Pinwheel ones. Time trial still in 50%. That seems kind of fun. Join the light side of time trial. Question, are you doing monsters or mobs for the project too? Or is that not planned? That is a great question. Let me set the time today real quick. I can't type. You can't fight back yet. Doesn't work. Oh, but you can take damage. That's fun. Yeah, they don't have sounds though. But they do exist. And we have plans for more. And also finishing what's already here. Alright, let's kill this guy. Function, Breath of the Wild, entities. Oh, how do you guys like the spin? I couldn't do the spin attack from Breath of the Wild, so I made my own. What is it? Entities, monsters, Bokoblin / kill all. All right, Aferon. Thanks for being here. We'll see ya. Are you doing bosses? If so, they will they have health bar like Wither and Ender Dragon? Yeah, I feel like the health bar is gonna be one of the easiest parts to do. I would love to do the blights. I need models for them first. Like I need to have actual block bench models, preferably using animated Java, which is a tool that Snave Suddit, I believe is how you pronounce his name. Snave Suddit made a plugin for block bench called Animated Java. It lets you create like custom mobs pretty much the way you do for like Bedrock, I guess, or mods. And it exports them to it exports all the animations and files and everything to a resource pack and a data pack, which means we can use it. And that's what the Bokoblins use. That's how it looks. So if you guys want to see the blights in the future, and if you're good at using Blockbench, consider making a model using animated Java and then post it to the Discord server, because that's where I get most of these models that people have so kindly offered, like these, the Sheikah Slate and everything, the Master Cycle Sheikah Slate, the Bokoblins, the Paraglider and more were, and the champion icons were all made by people from that I met in the Discord server. So if you want to see the blights, consider making a model and submitting it. Again, using the animated Java plugin. It's probably going to be a pain if you don't start the project using animated Java. So honestly, I think time trial will take a long time. Is that right? End poll. After time trial, you should do the balloon one if you've not done that one yet. That was the first one I did, actually. If I go over here. We also got the acorn. Both pretty easy. We got the sparkles. And we got that. I guess also I should say, oops. The magnesis block puzzles. There's some design questions about the thing overall that I need to figure out, but the basic idea works. Let's see. Let's mark this one as done as well. The poll says time trials next. All right, what did I call that? I have to figure out which one it's under. Is it acorn? Pinwood? Nope. Basketball? Nope. Flower chase, which is done. Flower count, which is not done. We have golf, which I think is with big boulders, so I'd have to figure out how to implement big boulders. Race. Oh, that's that one. There we go. All right, so let's think about what we're going to need. We're going to need the start point, the end point, and the amount of time. So should they all be top level? Probably. We'll say start X, start Y, start Z, end X. I didn't give Z a value. And it matters so much here. Yeah, end Y 0, end Z 0, and then the amount of time you have, which should be in ticks. I don't know how long they all are, but we'll just say 100. We'll say time limit, I guess, is a good name. For magnesis, use netherite for the missing block and chiseled tough for the rest. Ooh, it's kind of interesting. I think one of the main problems for the magnesis puzzle is the fact that you can break blocks. Like, that you can just do that. So someone could come along and just break the entire puzzle. I'm not really sure how to handle that. It wouldn't remove the fact that placing an iron block here would, that would fix it. I could use barrier blocks. I talked about that earlier. But yeah, there's just a bunch of weird things to work out. The basic functionality works though. Let's see. All right, what's next? Okay, so we have the data that the puzzle's going to need. Is there anything else? I feel like this is it. Handing out netherite blocks might ruin the balance of playing survival on the map. Yep, that's another problem. That is another problem for sure. Maybe make it unbreakable, meaning must use magnesis. That's something we talked about with the barrier blocks. Is we could have all of these be barrier blocks and then throw a block entity on it, not scaled up like this, regular size. We would throw one of these on it so it would look like netherite without being able to be deleted. One of the concerns is should each magnesis block puzzle keep track of all of the block displays? I don't know. If it does keep track of all the block displays, it has the option of deleting them later, or creating them when needed. None of that might be necessary because we could just say you can never remove the pattern. It is just stuck there forever, which kind of goes against the idea of Minecraft, but it might be okay anyway. I don't know. It's weird. I want to work on the other puzzle though. Okay, we have the list of things that this puzzle needs to have. Let's copy the balloons again. And then inside of race, we'll do that. Okay, there are two things it needs to create, but this one is for the one at the start. This is like the initialization, which means all it needs to create is the platform, which means we need to change spawn balloon to spawn platform. Why did my head rhymes? Okay. Platform. Reinforced deep slate's a good idea. Oh, that does kind of look like it, doesn't it? Oh, I see what you mean. Can you imagine Mojang gives this block a use though, like 2 days later, and it just ruins everything? It just ruins the balance. Like, suddenly the balance is ruined because I'm using it. That'd be kind of funny. It seems like something that would happen. Spawn platform. Okay, so the platform should be... I'm kind of thinking it should be a shulker entity. Let's spawn another shulker. Okay, you should not have a brain. Data merge entity. Lobotomy. Let's go. Okay. Can I walk up it? Stop opening. I thought I removed your brain. Oh. I need to wait for you to close your hat. Alright. This does work. Good. So if I use this guy as like a half slab, and then make it invisible, and then put a custom model over it, then it should behave fine. So if I say summon item display, the item is a target. We say ride at utag equals race target, I guess. Mount that. Uh-oh. Did it not? Oh, it's race start. How did I forget that? Okay, it's on there. I forgot to give it a count for the item so it doesn't show anything. Data merge entity. Cool. Effect give. There we go. Now we just need to shift that down. There. Now we have our custom thing. We can say execute as run TP. Oh, it does have to be writing something. Okay, I thought that if you disable the AI, then it wouldn't snap to the grid. But that's not the case. So I need to reverse the order. I need to put the item display entity. I need to put the shulker on the item display entity instead of the other way around. Let's see. How do you plan on doing the inventory? I don't know if I will. I don't know if it's practical. I haven't really tried. I might find out that it's very practical. But who knows? Maybe make it only destroyable when solved with those. Yeah, that is definitely an option. That is what I was... that's one of the cases where we would require me to store the data of every block display in the stack, which could be done. Be a little bit of a pain, but it could be done. What are we doing here again? What's happening? Oh, I'm messing with this guy. Right. So we'll say dismount this guy. And then we'll switch it. That was weird. Okay. Now we need to change the translation. Maybe up by that much? Is that right? Yeah, okay, now this thing can move anywhere. We want to also... We also want to make it so that it's invulnerable, so it can't take damage, and it doesn't make sound. So it's silent, invulnerable. Now it can only be hurt by players in creative mode. Cool. Now let's say execute as that guy. S run TP. Let's Let's go into the ground. There. And there's no conceivable flaws at all, including the brightness of the block display, the item display entity. We could set it to always be full brightness, which would work. There is the whole like glowing in the dark thing, but Korok puzzles are special. I'm kind of okay with that. You know, what do you guys think? Is it bad to have the start platform be glowing in the dark? Is that okay? What if you do that for the magnesis puzzle? Having the item display cover the barrier blocks? That is a definitely potential solution. The inventory issue, could the extra inventory be a chest that's accessed from anywhere on the map with a key press? Unfortunately, I do not have... data packs don't have a way to open arbitrary chests for players and then tell them that they opened it so they can access the inside. Servers are different. They get to... Man, servers have all the cool tricks. They can just straight up say, the player right-clicked a chest, and this is the data that's in the chest. And the client's just like, okay, sounds good. I'm now looking inside that chest. And it's great. I just don't have that. We don't have any way to do that. So the only solution would be to have like an invisible, like, I don't know, donkey or something in front of the player. Maybe an invisible minecart chest. I don't know how you can make those invisible. I've seen people do it. I feel like you have to just delete the textures, which is kind of a pain. Yeah, so I don't know if it's possible. But if you do that, then you have to put the chest or the donkey in front of the player and then have them right click, which is not great. First off, other people can open that chest. Second off, they have to ask, they have to do whatever trigger you want to ask for the chest, and then they have to open it, which is really lame. We don't like that. We want single input, single response stuff. We don't want to force a player to queue up some kind of input system. It's kind of lame. It glowing fits the theme of everything else. I don't know what you're talking about. We don't do a lot of glowing stuff here. Maybe set the start pad at like an in-between full bright. Not sure I understand what you mean. Set the start pad at like an in-between full brightness and normal lighting. I could do like 7, but then during the day it would be at 7 brightness. That's not actually that bad. I don't actually hate that. It does depend on what model we end up using, because we can't have this stay as a target block. We're gonna have to use a custom model, which means whatever solution we choose is going to have to be tailored to that custom model, which I think is okay. I think this is a good start, and then we can tweak it later when we need to, if we need to. Good job with this is so insane. I won't be here for long. It's pretty late, but I wanted to say hi. Hi, thank you. I'm glad people like it. I made the first video on this series just because like the people I knew in real life didn't really want to sit around and just hear me brag about how proud I was of the solutions I came up with, which is fair. Especially when I'm not reading from a script and when I don't have cool visuals. I don't think I'd want to stay there and watch either. or like just listen to someone ramble about it. But yeah, so I was really proud of a lot of the tricks I used. So I made the videos, and people liked it, which is crazy. That's so cool. I love that. But yeah, so thanks for being here. Yeah, it's a tree stump thing. Perhaps adding a light source in the same spot as the starting point to make it bright. I could add a light source to make it bright during the day. Honestly, I could just remove that. So long as there's no block under it, it should be fine. Check this out. If I remove brightness, then there, it works. Time set, day. There, that's fine. It's when, let's see. It's when there's a block there that it's messed up. So, maybe I could just remove the block underneath. I wonder if that's... Could I do that everywhere? Is that fine? I don't know. Why did you decide to only use data packs instead of using something easier like a plugin? That is a great question. I get that one a lot. It's because I'm doing this for the challenge. When you're using a plugin or making like vanilla mods, not vanilla, like client-side mods. There aren't client-side mods. I don't know what I'm talking about. When you're making a mod or a plugin, you get direct access to the code. You get to do whatever you want. You define reality, and it's all up to you and all that stuff. You get direct control. That's really cool, and you get to do really cool stuff very efficiently, and it just kind of works a lot of the time. I'm not doing that because I don't find much challenge in it. I like the fact that all these limitations force me to find creative solutions. I feel like for me it's the right amount of challenge, where things can be difficult and stump me for even like days at a time. But I don't know, when you get to put your understanding of the game to use in what you think are really creative ways, it makes it really fun. I enjoy the process. I think if I was making this a mod or plugin, I wouldn't be doing it. I think I'd have lost interest forever ago. It's like building in creative mode. Like, it's to me, it's the same as asking like Hermitcraft members, why didn't you just build that in creative? It's easier, which is true. It's just not as interesting, I don't think. Barrier block inside the display entities. Yep, that's definitely a consideration for these puzzles. It's not a consideration for this because you can't have a barrier block be half height, but it's definitely a consideration for those. I don't like this guy always him too. I don't like either of these guys staring at me all the time. Let's see. Also for the ring, you can use the block. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Also for the ring, you can use the block, the end ball thing. It's on magnesis when you use it. Okay, so I don't fully understand what you're talking about, but I'm thinking you're talking about the puzzles that are like that. You got two metal balls on a chain, and you gotta place both ends on specific points or in like a hole or something. Maybe like a well, and you gotta make that work. Is that what we're talking about here? Shoots out a yellow orb that turns into the ring. Oh, that. Yeah, that's totally doable. There are a couple ways to do that. I want to see. Let's find a video exactly of what it looks like. I'm gonna do it over here so that it doesn't give a bunch of ads. Let's see. Korok puzzle race. Tears of the Kingdom. I don't see any. I don't see it. Whatever. Oh wait, here it is. Is it? It is. Let's go. Come on. All right. What is this? Why is there always something? Okay, here we go. Apparently this is Tears of the Kingdom. Yep. But Tears of the Kingdom also has this kind of puzzle, so this works. What exactly does that look like? Okay, it makes a trail of the glow particles. We got one bright orb, bright yellow orb, which turns into a bunch of them. Oh, that is a great point. How do we do that? What's the best way? I can think of a couple ways to do it. I'm trying to think of what would be the best way. Each one shrinks to a dot. Maybe... Okay, I have an idea. What if we have like a custom flat yellow texture? And then... okay, so we can shoot the texture, we can move it from the target, from the platform over to where the puzzle should be. The finish should be. And then we just spawn like a bunch more. How many? Is this 12? Oh, 9 or 10? I think it's 10. 3, 3, 3, 10. That should be it. Okay, 10 of them. So it's a total of 11. That's not that bad. And then we can script it so that each one shrinks one at a time. Over time. Okay, this is a bit more involved than I thought. That's fine. Okay, let's set this up. Where did I define all of the data that this is supposed to have? Here it is. This is the data. And I believe this really is all that we need. Yeah. Okay, so first step, spawn platform. To spawn the platform, we need to spawn an item display entity. I think, do we want to do it one block below? Yeah, let's leave it there. We'll say it doesn't need to have all of this because it's an item display entity. It doesn't have that data. Platform. We don't need to opt out. There are no active effects to have. It does need one passenger, and that will be a shulker. Might as well say Minecraft. Doesn't hurt. It does not have any transformation. However, the item display should, so let's save this. Okay, this needs to be silent. This needs to be invulnerable. What else does it need? Oh, it needs to be invisible. Okay, let's add this first. Translation. I think it needs to be positive 0.5, right? Isn't that what we said? Positive 0.5. Yeah, okay. This will make it... Okay, yeah, this will work. And then we need to copy that, copy that, copy that, and that, and that. Is that it for this file? I think that might be... Oh, this needs to be invisible too. Okay, so the balloon... When we spawn the balloon, we are using invisibility. So we can just copy paste this. That's not the right entity. Here we go. What would you do if you got invited to Hermitcraft? Immediately get kicked out because I can't upload to save my life. Hi, I just got here. How's the stream going? It's going pretty well, I think. Let's see. Yeah, we've got like 2 or 3 different types of puzzles added. And we're adding another. It's fun. Let's see. So we got the spawn platform function working. I think that's done. Platform UUID. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay, I have returned. What we're doing? We got spawn platform working. We got... What was that? Stop that. We got tick as... We need tick as platform, I think. Is the platform the root entity? I think so, because it's always going to be there. And it needs to always wait for the player to be on top of it. So... Another bit of data that this thing needs to have is... platform UUID. Tick as platform. Sorry, I gotta check something real quick. All right. Tickets platform. So we want to check if there's a player on top of it. Wait a sec. What if one player stands on top of it and another player just goes to the X to the finish? Is that a concern? Should we just allow that? Because Breath of the Wild always lets you solve things how you want to. What do y'all think? I'm kind of leaning toward letting multiple people do one puzzle. Allow that. Don't overcomplicate it. Yeah, it would be pretty complicated to make sure the same player who starts it has to finish it. We'd have to allow every player to start it and then keep track of how long it's been for each of those players. And then try and show the timer differently for every player. Yeah, that's probably not the play. I think every time you land on the platform, it'll restart the timer. And if a player gets to the finish in time, that's all we need. So the first question is, how do we check if a player is stepping on the platform? I think that's pretty easy. We could say, execute as okay, this is going to run as the item display entity. If entity if the closest player, if there's a player, if there's a player one block above, this will be slightly higher than a block. I'll put that after the comma. Yo. Okay. Just to make sure this works, which I'm pretty sure it won't. I think there's still one more problem with it. What? Why is it not working? Okay, I didn't think it would... Oh, there we go. Now, now let's see. We need to... So one problem that it has right now is it only works if you cross halfway. And it works on the other edge more than halfway. So we need to shift it in that diagonal by 0.5 blocks on each axis. So that's pretty easy. At S, positioned -0.5. Why does crouching not work? It doesn't let me crouch on a shulker? Since when does it not let you crouch on a shulker? Huh, alright. Okay, so we have a way to detect if there's a player on top. Hello? Why is this not working? There we go. Execute as It's already working as the platform. Positioned offset that way. We check if there's something on top of it, and if there is, then we can say we'll say start race. Wait for a player to step on the platform entity. Race, start race. Hey man, I'm gonna get going, but thanks for the stream. Good luck with the project. I'm rooting for you. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. There's a lot to be done. The support is very much appreciated. You can crouch on shulkers. That's what I thought. Why is this not working? I'm pressing it. As soon as any part of me touches it. That's so weird. It's not because of the command block somehow, right? No. What on earth? Does the camera stay down? The camera does stay down. The hitbox. What is going... What is this? What, huh? This is not one of the things I was expecting today. Okay, well, we'll just move on. Start race. Okay. How do we do this? I think we want to use the objective that we just added. Puzzle animation. Oh, the music stopped again. Spawn a normal shulker and check. Okay. I feel like you can. I don't know why it's... Yeah, why is it not working with that one? The hitbox is the weirdest part to me. That's so strange. Okay. Let's see. When you start the race, we should say scoreboard. Oops. Scoreboard players set. Oh, I don't know what the... It's easy if we start from 0 and count up. It's a little more complicated if we start from whatever and count down to 0. But that would be consistent with the way that we've done things elsewhere. Let's see if we can do that. This should have more data than just that. Let's find out what that was. Okay, let's say that, and that. Enter. Let's say There we go. Amount of time. Man. Amount of. Bruh. Amount of time in ticks. For the player to reach the target. The finish. All of the others are lowercase, so we're going to do that here too. Now, this take as platform. I think this is pretty much done. We could also say execute as positioned. If entity at P distance equals, I don't know, if the player is within like 5 blocks of the finish, that's probably fine. Is this right? I think this is right. How do the other functions do this? Say inside of pop. Yeah, so we'll say we'll tick as the platform. We can handle that logic elsewhere. And then at the end of the at the finish point, we'll wait for the player to be within 5 blocks, and then when they are, we'll set it to solved. Oops. Well, there goes that. Okay. Maybe it thinks you're clipped in a block because shulkers shouldn't be off grid. That is a possibility. That would make sense. Maybe it's not high enough to allow edge protection. I don't think that's it, because you can crouch on this block, which is the exact same height. I think it is because it's not aligned to a grid. I wonder. Bruh. Oh, I added animations for the champions too. Models courtesy of Figflack. That's so weird. Anyway, let's see. I have been doing a terrible job reading chat. Bro made a trampoline. True. Your volley model looks amazing. Agreed. It's so good. We also have. Oh, I broke. When did I break Mifa's grace? Well, that's weird. I've also disabled Druk's protection for some reason. When did I disable all this stuff? It was I had it working like 2 days ago. Well, I can show. I don't know if I want to do this right here. I don't know what it might break with the Koroks. It does not test it. The particles are messed up. This is the kind of thing I was afraid of. What on earth? Why? Oh. Oh. So I coded it so that when things get electrocuted in the data pack, it drops both their hand items. Both the body and the mask are hand items. So, sorry, pal. That's rough. Okay. Neck. Oh, the music's gone. Oh, I hope I never have to watch back this part of stream. The Korok exploded. As they should. Do I have a different playlist? Can we listen to something besides the same playlist a third time in a row? Okay, I'm told that this one does not have DMCA problems. I also don't know if it's a collection of good songs. We'll find out. I don't think I've ever heard this before. Okay. Back to chat. This song's a bit weird, but I'm kind of grooving. I feel like it kind of matches with Koroks, to be honest. Whoa. Oh, it didn't do it that time. Okay. Make the items equipable. I'm gonna beat you with the Korok body. What a sight. I feel like I should be able to cook this. I would like to have a little trophy. What are we supposed to do next? Okay, if the player is within that range, we also want to check if the animation has finished or not. Scoreboard play, like the timer. Scoreboard players set. I don't know. There, now I get to copy paste it. If score, I might as well do this first. If score that, I should say add s, is greater than 0. If it's greater than 0, and if there's a player close to the finish, then it's solved. Cool. Now we need to say tick as platform. We should also say scoreboard players set total, no, time limit. We'll set it to the time limit. There. Now we'll have that recorded. And inside of tick as platform, where's tick as platform? Here we go. Inside of this, I guess inside of start race. Is this right? What am I? Oh, operation. I knew there was something missing. Okay. When we start the race, we set the animation to the time limit, and now we want to remove one from it over and over. Oh, but we don't want to do this as the platform. Ugh. Okay, so we want to say scoreboard players set started. And then in start, we'll say, actually, it's 1. And then we'll come back and we'll say, executes if this thing is started. We'll start the timer. Execute if score matches 1. If it matches 1, then we'll say scoreboard players operation. We'll start the timer. And then we want to remove 1 from the timer every tick. There. I feel like that's a good start. I think that works for the basic functionality. We do need to define these as well. Okay, start race. This one should work now. Yay! It does look like raw chicken. Does it? I can see it, honestly. Corporate needs you to find the difference between these pictures. Okay. Alright, so we have the tick function working. I think this, except for the animations, this works. We're going to need to add actual animations. This is going to be a bit of a pain. Actually, maybe not. Okay, never mind. I take that back. We're fine. Let's see. Start race. That should work. Well enough. Spawn platform. That works. Tick as platform. That works. Pop. That does not work. But where do we do that instead? Start race. No. Tick as platform. Tick. We don't really need to have this. We don't need this. Because we have a separate function for this because we need, for other puzzles, we need the context of, we need this to execute as the balloon, for example. There isn't really a balloon that this needs to execute as. We can directly say when the puzzle is complete. So we don't need this. Delete puzzle. We need to delete. We need a delete platform button. Function. We need it to be in race. Platform. Platform. Do we still have any balloon references here? Nope. Delete. Platform. No. Goodness gracious. I tried to autocomplete a file name. We need to swap these, so it's, there. Create. And this one, I think, is just correct. Which means the most basic version of this puzzle might work now. The one without any animations or anything. I think we're good to try it. If I say, okay, what do I need to do? I need to summon a Korok with that puzzle data. So, if we come here, we copy this again. What's my current location? What direction is that? Positive Z. I kind of want positive X. This one is a race. I don't really need to worry about all of this. All of the model data. It's not very significant right now. I say right before accidentally changing it to the wrong number. Body model is... No, arms model is 263. Okay, and my location is -142, 0, 159. Yeah, I think that's enough for the basics. And then, do I still have the command from last time that I set the puzzle data? That'd be amazing if I did. Oh, that's huge. All right. Okay, the start is my current location. 142. 0. 159. The end is going to be positive x. So negative 132, I guess. And 159. Time limit, I'm going to give it like 10 seconds. That's 2,000. That's probably too much. Let's go 1,500. And I think that's probably good. Okay, now, what do I say? I say reset, I think. I love forgetting how to use my own system. Oh, I didn't do anything. Data, get, entity, data. Okay, puzzle type is race. The entity UID is that. We have the start, end, time limit. So why didn't it spawn a platform? Did I just forget to add that? Spawn platform with puzzle data. One of these functions is not running when it should. Let's see which one. Oh, it's not solved. That's why. Breath of the Wild. Korok.solved, I think. Okay, the first one ran, the second one didn't. Why is that? Oh, because it's not called that. Where's the display entity? Did I not give it a count? Oh, oops. Did I never give it the item data? Okay. We add that back, and hopefully this one works. Let's go. Now, scoreboard objective set display suck. Why is it popping its head out? Did I not tell it no brain? Oh, I didn't. Okay, and scoreboard objective set display sidebar. Breath of the Wild, Korok, puzzle animation. And it resets when I'm on it. Let's go! If I go to the end, does it... Hey! It did not clean up the platform correctly. Which is kind of strange. But it did work. Besides that. do that again. Oh, when we create the puzzle, we should set the animation to 0. And we know this is running, so we can delete that. We know this is running, so we can delete that. Bro's been coding for over 4 hours. What time is it? Dang, how long has it been? That's crazy. If we reload, I kind of want to let this get to 0 or below, and then go try and finish it. This is taking forever. I did not beat it. That's so sad. Okay, now if we go over here, can it be solved? No, good. Come over here. There we go. And that worked. Okay, that is a good start. I think I'm going to do the rest off stream. I am getting pretty tired. I also haven't eaten today, so I'm going to go take care of all that. Let's see. Thank you all for being here. Much appreciated. I hope you enjoyed. I gotta learn how to make coding more interesting. I will figure it out. It's very easy when you have a script and editing and visuals you can add to a video. But man, I think there were some really fun parts though, and seeing everything coming together is very fun. I enjoyed that a lot. But yeah, I got to add an editor system for that. I got to finish the basic system for... What is that song? That's kind of fun. Yeah, I got to finish the basic system for this, and then add the editor system for it too. And then those are done, and I think I'm at... and that'll put me at 7 puzzle types complete, which is really good. I'm kind of surprised how quickly this is going. I started the Koroks less than a week ago. So yeah, thanks again for everyone being here. I will not hold you at gunpoint. Thanks again, and have a good night or day or whatever. We'll see if I can figure out how to end stream here. Let's find out. Stop streaming.